to that is just so cozy. That's exactly how it feel like, and I love that so much that all of you experience it in some
I knew
form
something
of
was going to
degree.
break.
It's so beautiful, and for anyone that doesn't experience it,
Second.
genuinely
I don't know
just
why it
build
keeps
that
doing
up.
this.
It takes
Where
time.
the
It takes time to
fuck?
build
There it
that.
is.
You know, it's like an experience that like takes a little bit of time.
We're lucky
but
though.
it took
We
me a
got
while.
all these lovely beings who have mostly experienced a lot of this, so it's an easy.
Hello,
transition.
can you
But
hear me? Good
truly,
morning.
Absolutely.
Sorry I'm
Yeah,
late.
the added benefit of
I
going and
may
checking
or
out
may
the
not have
channels,
gotten
because
stuck in a
sometimes you
weird
don't wanna put
nightmare
on the VR
dream
headset.
thing.
Sometimes you don't want the light
So
box in your face. So if you check out my
I'm
or his
finally
content,
awake.
basically you can experience that amazing.
I'm telling you, every
feeling
time I would wake up,
that
my
it is
alarm,
to
it would just be like,
relax to something
part of the
that is so
dream.
nice in sound and visual.
Hold on, making sure everything else is
It's
all
just
Okay, now
so.
good.
It's just so nice. I'm kind of feeling that right now. I'm kind of like, oh, I kind of want to listen to ASMR now. I don't know if anybody here now is on the mood for ASMR.
I should have
I
sneezed
kind of want to
myself
put on a
awake.
little
I
bit of like
mean,
personal
I
attention, a
should
little
have
bit of
tried
brushing.
harder, I guess.
And listen, maybe next time.
There's another
maybe
ad
next
break, or is it?
Furality,
I don't
it'd be
know.
so
I don't know
nice
what's
to
going
actually
on.
perform a little
I
bit of
feel like
ASMR
my
so you
Twitch
get to
and my
experience it.
OBS like
One
don't
day, that'd be
fucking like
absolutely
each
wonderful.
other.
Who knows? Maybe. We'll see.
Ugh.
But that's what Phantom Sense is. That's how wonderful it
Give
is.
the
And
fuck up. Okay.
I really hope for anyone that hasn't experienced it, genuinely, like, give yourself time to like build that
We're
up
at
because
the
it takes time. It took
ASMR
me
one.
to experience that alone in the
We're
wonderfulness
kind of
that
like
VR
halfway
is.
through it. I
It
kind of
took me
missed a whole
about
bunch,
few gosh
but
darn few months, I would say. But
I
after
figured I'd
that,
miss it,
I
like right
always
here.
experience it. It's just like, it's just so wonderful, just so beautiful.
Oh my gosh, I got lucky
goodness.
then. I got it right off the bat.
Dead? Oh my goodness!
I was so used
no
to being
way.
in
That's why I said I feel like
events
my
where we were
Twitch
all
and my
dancing and
OBS aren't
stuff in VR,
talking
and, like,
because
Yeah.
I
was
told
just
my
so used to
OBS
that
to run
heightened
ads
sensation, so
before
as
while I
soon
was
as I
like
heard
setting all
someone do
my
it and
stuff
describe
up.
the nice sensation of hair follicles getting like brushed back, I was like, I'm in
Oh my
heaven.
god.
This is what I need in my life.
I am so jealous of that because it took me so long to get to there.
Really?
But
But you
once
can
I
work
worked
up
towards
to
it, you can work up to it, which it took time. But listen, for anybody that's like curious about Phantom Sense, literally just give yourself a shot, give yourself some time. And honestly, it's possible. It just takes, I mean, for me, it took time. Or you're lucky and you're like Foxy, you're going to experience it right away, which in that case, I'm so jealous. But that's what's so beautiful.
Or you're like me and
about
it's
Phantom
fucking
Sense, and I
torture.
really hope you give it a shot because again, all in VR chat, which again makes ASMR so perfect. And that experience of Phantom Sense is basically ASMR. But again, in a nutshell, I would say VR chat is the perfect spot to experience ASMR. And
I mean,
I
I've
think
had
you're like much more expert in the
Phantom Sense
VR chat
Yeah.
sense,
like,
right?
Well, yeah,
even
again, 'cause
outside
you
of
can use all
VR.
these
My
things,
family
like,
makes fun of me for
in
it.
reality, you have to deface
Like
your work.
it's,
You have
I don't know how to
people
explain
you
it.
might
Like
not
the way
There
I
might
get it,
even
it's
be
like
family members that
it's
you
like a
aren't
tingly.
accustomed to, having
It's not like
decide whatever your fate is. But in VR chat, it's an
like you can feel
experience.
people
You can
touching
be
you
who you wanna
outside
be.
of
This
actually
is, for
physically
me, a lot
fucking
like a
touching you.
second
It's
life
really
where
weird.
I
Okay,
can have an
we're gonna try the
amazing
flying
social experience with
behind
all of my wonderful community members.
because you
who
guys
I
said you
do
liked
events
that
often, I
better
believe you
last
do as well.
night.
But
So
basically, in
hello,
VR chat,
news
why ASMR is
boobies.
so good is because
Also,
you
I
can
see Acceleron
transcend
got
everything with extreme virtual
got first
visuals.
today.
Look at
17
the
times.
place
We're
we're in.
getting there.
This beautiful,
We're getting
amazing
there.
world was literally built in a
We're
program
almost
like
halfway
Blender, which
till
is a
someone
3D
getting
program. They unwrap
very
the textures,
special
they
redeem
all
named
the UV
after
mapping
you.
and things that come
I'm
together,
taking a
and
drink.
we are in this magical
Cheers.
setting, sharing this experience together. ASMR through these sorts of facets.
At least I made it in time for the Project Babel one. Honestly, only one I fucking cared about. I'm not wearing my Project Babel, but
and with the sound
I might.
the most high quality.
I don't think so. I don't think so today. I don't know. We can probably show it off later. There is a smudge in my headset. Oh, that's gonna bug me.
You could do ASMR in the clouds. You could do it in someone's bedroom. You can match your visuals to your beautiful audio, and you can make it like
Okay,
a
I'm hearing
dream.
things. All right,
so,
back up.
It's such an amazing
And-
experience. It's mind-blowing. This transcends everything we know, and it's so much more powerful than. I
Hello?
mean, don't get me
Oh,
wrong.
there
you
we
could
go.
absolutely be a regular ASMR.
Hello.
You could pick up a beautiful tapping
Whoop.
trigger. You could tap on it. You could show and engage with your chat. But for being able to do this in VR chat, you can pick
Okay,
up a
and then
cloud
don't look
and
at me.
snuggle it.
And then you
When
go.
can you do that in reality?
Hold on.
And those types of
Oh
things
my god,
are
I'm
the
still
types
getting
of
used to these fucking
content you and I
controls.
make, truly using the best of our virtual
How did I do
realities
this?
to benefit everyone who watches
Oh, that
us,
one.
our viewers. You wonderful
It's the wrong
people.
trigger.
And thank you for giving us this opportunity, especially in VR chat, because this is such an amazing experience, not only for us, but we know we can share it with you.
Alright, let me turn the word music up so y'all can hear what they're talking
There would
about.
ever be another way where we can take something like this and bring it to reality if we did not have the tools that we currently do using VR chat and all these virtual visuals. And I'm just so happy to be able to share it. Thank you, guys.
But there's that gratitude, that like feeling of thankfulness that we get from just the content that we make, especially in VR chat, that connection that we're able to get from VR chat, making the content that we do in VR. It's just honestly just crazy. And I am so thankful that VR chat gives us the opportunity to make this content, because otherwise there really wouldn't be another way of gosh darn doing that. Because again, nothing on a regular ASMR. A regular ASMR is great. But a VR chat elevates the ASMR experience to a whole gosh darn new level, and it's just so gosh darn beautiful.
Sir.
So if anyone is ever interested in ASMR, I think there is like a little tips that one can give. There is, you know, programs that one can get. There is tools that one can get.
Too loud or not.
But the ASMR experience, you don't need the perfect microphone. That's kind of like a little bit
I
of
feel like I have a hangover.
I'll lie. You could literally just sit there and use your iPhone. You could use your little Android, a little gosh darn microwave if you really wanted to. Maybe you want to be the microwave. I don't know. You could be anything you want to be. Barbie girl, as the Barbie once said. But there's many ways that you could do ASMR. I've seen a lot of people do lo-fi ASMR using the little AirPods with the little wire and just speaking right next to it. I've seen people use their iPhones just straight up recording the like actual visuals. You could use a Blue Yeti. You could use a little headset that you could use in an office
trying to make
space.
this on my tail.
There is many ways to do it. There is like, of course, the popular ASMR microphones, such as the blue of the gosh darn of the Yeti. There is the wonderful 3DO, which is a beautiful microphone, which is so nice for binaural audio. There is the Rode NTs. If you get like 2 of them, you could even just have 1. There is the SR3D, which is a wonderful microphone if you want to have a cheaper microphone when it comes out to it. It is such a nice microphone for ASMR content creation. There's a variety of microphones, but again, at the end of the day, when it comes into the wonderfulness of microphones, there is no right way of going about it. There is only the right way of how you feel about it. That is the most important. So if you want to use a microphone that is completely different from the microphones that most people use, that is completely okay, because that is what makes this special. If you feel that a specific microphone makes better sounds for you and for the wonderful community that you're fostering, that's the most important way to go about it. But when you record it, there's also, of course, the programs that you need. So Audacity is a big, nice program to use when it comes into the content creation side of it. It's a lifesaver, especially if you have very loud background noise. It is kind of like the best ASMR program out there. I love that program so much. It saved my gosh darn the booty of the goddamn of the cheeks. It's one of the best programs out there. I mean, there's probably other programs. I don't know. Is there any? I'm not really sure. I think Audacity is the go-to, right?
Edition, I believe, or I'm sorry, I keep saying it. Adobe Edition. Just anything that basically allows you to take your ASMR and make it crisper for people to listen to, because it really is about the visuals and the experience. And just being a furry, I think we get so much more into that because we have this preconceived notion of what Phantom Sense is as well.
Right,
it all kind of ties in. Oh, sorry.
Absolutely. No, you're fine. Absolutely. I completely agree with you. Like the audio, the experience that you have in VR chat, no matter how you go about it, as long as you give it a shot, if you're interested in ASMR content creation, just go about it. Just start somewhere, because if you don't start, just as we said very early on at the presentation, if you don't start, you'll never know. So find yourself a little microphone that you want to use. Find yourself a little computer. You could even record it on your phone if you really wanted to, if you're trying to do like regular ASMR. But specifically for VR chat ASMR, you probably need like OBS or Streamlabs. You need like something that records your screen. That is very gosh darn out the important. You have like your Audacity running in the background that records the audio. Technically, you could use the OBS or the Streamlabs to record both. But if you record it in Audacity and on a beautiful little software that does the live streaming and recording, you're able to kind of like perfectionize the wonderfulness that the audio is. So it depends on how you go about it. It's a learning experience. I go about it by recording it on Audacity. I use OBS and I record my screen. And then I just sit there and I do my little motions and my little beautiful little pettings. I do all of that in the wonderfulness that OBS is. So I recommend that when it comes down to VR chat world. There's so many out there. You could be literally, as Foxy mentioned earlier, you could be on a cloud, hugging a little cloud, petting your wonderful little viewers with a nice little cloud, make little brushing sounds with it. You could be a rain world. You could be literally anywhere that you would want to. Their creativity is boundless when it comes to VR chat content. And that's what's so also very beautiful, because you can customize your VR chat avatar. There's assets that you can add, and there's so many you can find on Gumroad. There's so many ASMR
Most are
props
free
that you
these
can
days,
find,
too.
right? And they're so wonderful to just like be able to like drag and drop into Unity, and you have them on with you. Kind of like Foxy, you just showed us earlier, the little like 3D. You can just like pop it and it's just right there. And as you're recording, you have that with you, but you don't need props. You could just like literally sit there with your beautiful paws and just like give some nice personal phantom attention, right? Which is so wonderful to be able to do that. And like, you just boot up the little camera and boom, you're ready to go with ASMR. You then just upload and you're good to go. And that is kind of like the little bit of the tips of the tricks. For a long time, I've used voice mod to basically kind of, I used to script my video, record my audio, and then I would get in VR chat and I would rehearse the whole thing again. So instead of like a very quick thing, it's kind of long, but the thing is like so worth it. The videos that I definitely feel it also applies to you, but like it's so worth it to be able to put out content out there, to be able to touch so many people in so many different ways. The aspect of helping another wonderful person out there, something that makes the content creation aspect of ASMR so gosh darn surreal. To be able to sit there and feel as if like you've touched another soul. There's something so beautiful about that, and some things that I'm so thankful for, to be able to make that content, to be able to help people out there, which is something that ASMR does. And I am so appreciative of that. And for anyone that's interested, you don't understand the power that ASMR has, whether you're live streaming it or whether you're recording it as a video format. That is what is most important. It's so gosh darn wonderful. Absolutely. Oh my goodness. Wait, are we running out of time? Oh, wait, we need to. We need to speed run.
Where do I go? Thank you guys. Also, I see all the beans in chat. Thank you guys so much. We really appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I hope you're all having a gosh darn wonderful Furality. I hope everybody has enjoying themselves. This Furality has been so gosh darn wonderful, which is so crazy that it's themed after dreams. And our panel is literally like in the best possible theme, right? It's so good. Oh my goodness. So I hope everybody's enjoying themselves, and I hope everybody's having a gosh darn wonderful of the time. But I don't know how you go about, how do you make ASMR, right? Like I kind of spoke a little bit about how I do it.
Oh
yeah, how do you do it?
Oh my god, yeah, you got money of the main points. But yeah, for me, mostly, I like to get inspiration, much like we have been telling you lovely cuties to go out there and search for ASMR and check us all out, because for me, it's something that I see and I know I can make better.
Thank you, Kieran.
For on Twitch, and I know that I can do
also,
it
goodbye,
better.
Kieran.
I also have something crazy called
I hope
Chaos
work's going
ASMR,
okay
which
for
is when I
you.
do ASMR using a haptic suit on my chest, and they tickle me essentially. I try not to scream, but that's a whole other different type of ASMR. There are many different types of ASMR, but they are all geared at making you feel nice,
thank you, Kieran.
calm, collected, welcome, like someone really wants to lend a hand. Because as much as I do ASMR, as much as I am able to extend my voice and extend my heart to let you know that I care, and I'm so grateful that you are all here and that you would be even having a wonderful panel with me and thank you so much. You guys are giving us back that tenfold by giving us the opportunity, by looking for something that could help you de-stress, that could help you relax, that could help you have a restorative, restful night of the sweetest dreams you've ever had. And you guys are taking that opportunity onto yourself in order to make it so. And that is powerful. That is beautiful. It's heartwarming. It allows us to truly reach you guys. And like no other stream. And furry ASMR, because we are all so close, because we are all so caring, because we are all so fluffy.
Y'all, I'm gonna attempt to set up.
It allows us
to truly are.
Yeah. Get that phantom sense. Get that wonderful, deep relaxation. And that just means so much to me. So please, always give yourselves the opportunity to try new things like this. Always give yourselves the opportunity to search things that you might enjoy, that you might love, and that allows the people who create it to love you too through our content and through you watching. So, yeah, basically, this is how we make ASMR in VR chat. We really just get the inspiration from you, lovely beans, and we're very grateful for it. Do you have any more
Thank you
that you'd
so
like to add
much.
to that?
I was just gonna say ASMR is just so wonderful, and I'm just so grateful to have been able to make the content that I do and to be here with all of you today. And again, it's truly an honor, and to be here with the one and only, the Foxy for gosh darn for sure. It is one of the most wonderful honors of all time, and to be here at Furality Somna, one of the most wonderful conventions of all time, really is such a wonderful honor. And I'm so thankful for everybody at Furality for letting us have this wonderful panel. But most thank you so gosh darn much for follow this sweet bean right here with the yummies. Follow this sweet bean right here.
Thank you for having me here. I appreciate that. You're so freaking
You so
kind.
much. I love you so much, Bean. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, genuinely. It's such an honor. I appreciate y'all so much. I think I missed only one thing. Something about ASMR, a little fun, wacky fact, which I feel like is very important. So the way furry ASMR started, the first creators in this space about ASMR, especially when it comes to furry content, I feel like a lot of people, there's a misconception that I was the first one because my name is Furry ASMR. That's further from the truth. The trailblazers of the furry content, it's Dog ASMR and Pocket Fox, which we love so gosh darn much. But when it comes to the VR chat content, this is where this wonderful bean right here and myself have no, you. Which is so wonderful to be able to say that because it's so beautiful to be able to inspire others, to help others, to be there for a wonderful community that both we have fostered. It's so wonderful and heartwarming, and I'm so gosh darn thankful. Thank you all so much for being here, and I hope that everybody here enjoys their Furality. And thank you again so much. I love you all, beans. Ah!
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much. Just a little bit of free ASMR in a nutshell.
There you go. We do have time for Q&A, so we have a time for a couple questions if you would like.
Absolutely. Yes, let's go for it.
You know, of course. So, first question we have is from Red Raynar. He wanted to know about what the general budget is.
Raynar, are you in there? What are you doing?
A budget for like these types of setups, because there's a lot of mention of like microphone setups and audio setups. They wanted to see if there might be something more information regarding that.
I heard a
So,
donk.
budget
Why do I hear
wise,
donks?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's weird.
for free. Oh, that is so sweet. Oh, you're so cute.
You guys
Listen,
sound
when
like
it
an
comes to
anyway,
budget,
go ahead.
no. Listen, go for it.
When it comes to budget, you really shouldn't, in any type of content, you should not invest if you are not already making. Do your best. People like to see the journey. So if you have a microphone or you can borrow one for someone, I remember watching ASMR artists who I very much enjoyed who were doing it through like an iPhone thing with a little mic. And basically they have, yeah, you can do it with anything. It's just that you are putting yourself out there. You are making the best quality that you have at the time. And as you grow, people will support you. You just have to start. How about you?
That's
Did you
the
start with
most
a crazy
important thing.
setup? Yeah.
The only thing I would say, I think, like, if we're actually thinking about like budget wise, again, start from anywhere because ASMR can be made in so many different ways. We all, for the most part, have a phone, of course. That could be a big start from it. And if you have a headset, you could literally just open the VR chat tool menu and there's a little camera. You click on the stream camera button, have a little program like OBS or Streamlabs. Regardless if it's laggy or not, it doesn't matter because if you start just by doing content bit by bit, you improve from it. That's kind of how I started. My videos were a little bit scuffed, and through time, I learned ways to improve on, and that is the journey with any single talent, any single way of going about it. You know, you could apply that to singing. Most people think that you have to be born to be able to sing as well as most singers out there, but that's further from the truth. You can actually learn to sing if you practice. The same thing can be applied with any kind of hobby of yours or any kind of skill out there. If you practice enough, you get better at it and you will master it. You just gotta take some time for yourself. But if we're talking about like proper like tools, if you want the best, I would say probably like about like maybe 2,000 to 3,000. That's maybe a reach. But
Remember,
if you
VR
want
chat's
like
a
the
free-to-play
headset,
game.
that's true. That is true. That is true. Absolutely. But if you want like a headset, like I think that like the Quest 3, I think it's around like 500 and like maybe like,
Yeah.
you know what? Let's say like 700, 800, maybe budget wise. That's a guess.
You
I'm
wanna
not
go
sure.
all in,
I can't math. What's
No
the
worries.
next question?
I think we have time for one more quick question. This is from
absolutely.
White Wolf. No worries. This is for White Wolf, our backend developer. Have you ever heard of cases of ASMR happening while listening to or visualizing uplifting music?
Oh yeah, like with lo-fi. Yeah, absolutely. Because
Yes.
it allows you to chill and calm and reduces your anxiety because it's a distraction that puts you in a trance. Absolutely, lo-fi can definitely be counted as a certain type of ASMR. Anything that's very nice or just audio appealing. Yeah, how about you?
Can be ASMR. Well, there's literally any kind of way to go about ASMR. And when it comes to like music, yes, depending on even the frequency. Like sometimes there's like there's very specific music. I don't know if you know like frequency beats.
The
What are
hertz,
delta beats? The hertz.
Yeah,
Just like having
exactly.
like that little beats, like it sounds very. I don't know how to replicate that, but I was gonna start beatboxing, but I can't really do that. But
It's a certain
it sounds very nice.
frequency that allows you to
Like-
zone out. Most meditation videos on YouTube will show you if you search hertz and
Yes.
frequencies, yeah, you'll allow your mind to kind of just flow. They're two different types of frequencies that are played in your ear and they mix in your brain, and that allows you to just enter a nice trance and kind of just zone. So yeah, audio
Absolutely, yeah,
always
so it's
in
very
all shapes and
possible.
forms. Yeah.
Yeah, literally
Awesome.
anyway, even just like a visual of like no audio whatsoever. That could be an ASMR gosh throughout the experience. So anything at all, literally.
Awesome.
Which is
Thank you
so
both
wonderful.
so much. Yeah,
Thank you
of
so
course.
much for having
Thank
us.
you so
and
much.
Thank you guys for being here.
Of course.
Thank you.
It's time for us to wrap it up. Where can we find both of you before we end it?
Twitch.
Absolutely.
Foxy for sure on all platforms. Foxy Fur is in furry and sure, and for you, my darling.
The wonderful little furry ASMR on the land of the YouTubes, but you can find me as the wonderful Manster everywhere else. That's MANSTERZS. Yep, that's me. Anywhere
Woo!
else you can find me, I am there. So, Foxy for sure. Thank you so much. It's been an honor to be here with you. Oh, I love you so much, Bean. Oh my goodness.
Thank you.
Oh
And
my
thank you
goodness.
guys
Thank
so
you all.
much. You're so
Oh,
sweet.
bye everybody. Bye 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 bye. I hope you all enjoy your Furalities. Bye bye bye
Have a great Furality.
bye. We did it. Oh my goodness.
Project Babel. Okay, I'm gonna wipe my headset down. There's like a smooge. Okay, so if this looks funky, I apologize. Just 1 second. I can see.
That was such a good story. I know for me personally, it's always been a dream of mine to be where I am now. So, what would you say motivates you to pursue those dreams and ambitions?
That's a great question. I'm happy you asked. It's really a combination of many things, but I'd say the biggest thing that helped motivate me to chase my dreams was probably to escape from my main job.
Oh, your main job? What'd you do if you don't mind me asking? I don't mean to stick my nose in your past. I'm sure there's many of you from our
kind of
audience.
war
who've maybe
flashbacks
worked
are we
a job
watching?
or two, right?
Still clinging on. Back to sleep now.
Oh, God. Okay, everybody? Ollie was saying that my main job was a barista. It's not that crazy.
Well, fuck that is a nightmare. Jesus Christ. Dude, mine was insane. There was like a demon book in my dream. So it was I don't even know how to explain what the fuck was happening. It was like I was trying to find like my family, and then my family was like killing people. It was really fucking weird. I like, again, like listening to other people's dreams who like they're all like disjointed and shit. I don't think that's entertaining. You know, I don't know how well I am in explaining my dreams, but yeah, it was like my intermediate family was like going through something, and me and my brother ended up moving in together, and for some reason we were running like this weird hair salon in the middle of this like semi-empty like old garage. It was really weird, and like my brother found this one book. Oh no, my grandma that like we don't get along with anymore like dropped off this book, and she's like, fine, I guess this is all you really want. And like she's just like how she talks, but yeah, dropped this book off, and my brother started reading it, and I was like, what the fuck is this? And she's like, it's the only family heirloom that we ever had. Ooh, Project Babble time. Project Bibble.
And welcome to our DIY face tracking meet. We are the developers behind Project Babble. You might have heard of us in VR chat, and we are super excited to be here at Furality talking about our project today. My name is Hiatus. To my right is
Rams the Generic.
I'm Arrow.
He was a little ool.
And I'm Summer. Hi.
Who's that little danglers? Hold on.
So
I don't
the
want
way
to
this
ruin
speech
it.
is going to work is we're each going to have maybe like 8-10 minute segments talking about one cool thing we did on the project, right? Or a theme, you know, what we're working on. Additionally as well, because it still is the beginning of the presentation, if you can invite your friends here, we're looking to have a big old audience. We'd love to give this presentation to as many people as possible. So don't be shy. Let's see those
I own this
adverts
thing.
in action. And to get back to what we're actually going to be talking about, I work mainly on the front end, so things like the VOC face tracking module, the documentation, that kind of stuff. What do you work on, Mr. Generic?
I do a lot of work on the data sets for training the models, the hardware in which
Look at
you
his
know
little
you're actually going to
bedanglers.
use the models with, and I also do a lot of testing for these two AI goobers.
Nice. How about you, Arrow?
I do a lot of research and experimentation with AI stuff, trying to figure out how we can improve the technology.
Hi, yeah, and I'm Summer. I'm the founder of the project, and I do a lot of research and development for AI. I make the project run smoothly, you know, all the sorts of middle management things that have to happen to make everything run.
Splendid. And I believe this next slide is just rehashing what we are going to talk about. So I will advance to the next slide here. Summer, get to the podium. Kick us off.
Hi, everyone. As Summer, as I stated before, I'm the founder of the project. Let's continue. I'll be kind of talking about the history of Project Babel, why we chose to do certain things, what the sort of timeline is of how Project Babel came to be, and kind of maybe a little bit what we're going to the future, but these guys will talk way more about that than I will. So my prior work was eye track VR. If you don't know what that is DIY eye tracking in any VR headset. You could just mod it in and it works. Right? This was my prior work. About maybe 5 months before I started Babel, I was working on the iTrack VR team, working on iTrack VR, and while I was working on Babel, I also continued to work on iTrack VR for some time. I like AI stuff. My professional education is not in AI research, but it later did become AI research, and I extensively did it for both Babel, iTrack VR, and just my job in general. Some guy a really long time ago, I don't remember their name, told me that you couldn't do face tracking with a single camera because back then the only facial tracker was the Vive facial tracker, and that had 2 cameras on it. And so I set out to prove them wrong because that is something that we tend to do a lot. And I learned I learned from the open source nature of AI research, and that inspired me to make Project Babel originally open source. Later that changed due to certain factors. Right now we're source first, which is where the source is available, but we have a commercially restricted license, but if you contact us, you can get a commercial license easily. So we ended up not becoming open source, but in the beginning we were open source. And AI research and the way that AI research is distributed really inspired us to do that. Moving on. So to begin, before Babel, there was the Vive facial tracker, which you can see there. The Vive facial tracker is $150. It is universal. It was released in 2021, so about 4 years ago. Tracks most expressions pretty well, and it just worked, if you will. But it had a handful of things that were not so great about it, right? First off, the camera placement is fairly picky, even on the Vive facial tracker. So you have to be careful. If you're not on a Vive headset, it tends to work a lot better. If you're on a Vive headset, it tends to work a lot better, and if you're not, it tends to work worse. And there's poor tongue tracking overall with the Vive facial tracker. People experience that a lot. So, and the other issue is that it's a black box, and so you don't know how your data is being processed, right? We really believe in data security, and I'll bring that up later, is that we believe that your data should be known about how it traverses through a system, especially when that system incorporates a black box like a neural network like we use. So having an open sort of system that works for everybody is really important. And then later, of course, Vive had some other attempts on their facial tracking thing, and it shifted away from their philosophy of Vive facial tracker being universal to them locking down their platform to specific headsets. They realized that while the Vive facial tracker does sell well, or did sell at the time well, now it doesn't sell any more headsets. It just sells Vive facial trackers, and they wanted to sell headsets. So they started manipulating their own facial tracking technology to only work on certain headsets, even though it could totally work on everyone's headset, as we saw before. So we also were very much against this idea that they should start locking this down. But it did also prove that you can do face tracking with a single camera, because all these new devices only had a single camera. But they kept the same black box approach where you couldn't see where your data was going throughout the system, and that was also a privacy issue, especially with something as sensitive as your face. So, that's something that we really focus on in Project Babel, is making sure that the source code is available and known so that you can see exactly how your data is traversing through that system. Our hardware philosophy is totally open. We want there to be open hardware. We want there to be weird hardware. We want there to be fun hardware. We want there to be hardware in weird and fun different ways. So we chose the ESP32 based on its availability, pricing, its accessibility, its easy pipeline to actually work on and make firmware for. It was super duper easy. So we decided to use the ESP32 as our hardware platform. We had other candidates in the past, different types of UVC cameras, different other kinds of full-on, even SBCs were candidates in the past. But the ESP32 we kind of settled down as a more generalized approach to providing open hardware, because it was easy and it was also available and the pipeline was known. And we also had to strive for universal compatibility. This is a really big one, right? We needed Babel to work on any VR headset. It needed to work on all sorts of different environments, and has to work with the Vive, the Quest, all of them, right? We did this purely to flex on Vive because of their movement from this sort of more generalized thing, and also because we really care about making sure our community has access to face tracking technology in the open, right? And we did a bunch of experiment with mounts, right? Yay. Every headset is different. Maybe this has but every headset is super duper different in terms of their shape. So every single mount that we design it with a huge focus on their shape, on how far they are away from your face, right? Where the camera is relatively to that. So overall, we need to make sure that it works on any headset.
Deflated booty.
Okay, moving on here. Rames, this is you.
Ah, that's me.
Look at him. I'm
Alrighty.
sorry.
Howdy. I am Rames the Generic, like we mentioned in our introductions. Yeah, like I said before, I work on the datasets and hardware, and that's exactly what I'm going to be
Can't get
going
over his little
today.
danglers.
So, some things to get down, and as you might expect, if you were to try and make your own face tracker, the better your training data, the better face tracking you're going to have. That might have been obvious already, but this data set contains everything that a face tracking model can potentially learn. So so different face shapes, all those different lighting conditions. It needs to be able to take into account all of these different things. In our case, our data set is comprised of a bunch of images with metadata, with metadata explaining what each blend shape is in that image. And yeah, like I said, since it contains everything the model can learn, it has to represent its intended use case. You could have one of the greatest algorithms like ever known to man. However, if you give it garbage data, you will get garbage data out. There's just no getting around that fact. So let's first take a look at some existing data sets, because we ended up having to create our own, but why didn't we just use the ones that are out on the web already? Well, there's plenty that are out there. However, none of them contain any of the correct information that we actually need in order to train a good face tracking model. Since blend shapes are kind of the standard way of conveying facial expressions, in case you don't know what they are, they're like, if you notice your mouth fly seems to move whenever you talk, those are different blend shapes that are triggered based on the different sounds you make. What we need are blend shapes for different face shapes. And currently, none of those datasets out there are available, or they're locked behind certain kinds of paywalls, or they are incredibly limited in what we're able to actually do with them. So came the task to actually create our own. We obviously needed a dataset that would include images of specifically the lower faces, because previous datasets in the past were typically included the full face, and the images in them were typically taken from like a selfie camera sort of distance. So not a camera that's close up, like mounted underneath the headset. Like I said, yeah, we need a close-up high field of view image, because we obviously don't want to have a camera that's like 6 feet off away from your headset, because I don't think you want a roller hanging off of there. And since we're having to make it from scratch, we need to make sure we have a huge variety of faces represented. So skin tone, lighting, face shape, different room lighting, all that kind of stuff, that has to be included in this data set. And oh yeah, of course, we also need blend shapes. No key points, no image segmentation masks, blend shapes. So I guess, before we had our synthetic data set, there was Summer's proof of concept that he made. This data set is what trained the model that Summer used in his original demo video that he recorded years back. And
Yes.
the original data set for this was created using existing tracking solutions at the time. So in this case, just an iPhone with the Face ID sensors. And yeah, that's about all the data he had for that.
Yeah, my crappy tech demo.
For that crappy tech demo. It could also take bifacial tracker data, but no one contributed at the time, so it didn't really make it in. Anyways, as you can imagine, with it being a first-gen attempt, it came with a whole slew of issues. Firstly, since he has to sit there and record images with his iPhone, the amount of data you can get is incredibly limited. You know, if you're recording at 60 FPS, that's going to take some time to reach a good amount. So for this original model, he only used like a few thousand frames total. And additionally,
yeah, it was like 5,000.
Yeah. Additionally, these images are not representative of like the actual use case of a camera being on a headset. Like I said before, all of those previous datasets were taken from the perspective of like a selfie camera. So was ARKit. It was taken from the perspective of a selfie camera. So if you try to get it up close, it's not going to work. So you're forced to stick with that selfie camera type deal. And
VRM model.
As you can imagine, the end result of all that was very mediocre.
I have that set up in my model, but I don't have a iPhone to record on,
and so
I can't do.
And so one
like,
day,
the big
I was kind of sitting in
expressions.
one of my SolidWorks classes, just bored. Came across this project through some rumors I heard through the grapevine. I heard there was a need for some data. I had a little itty bitty bit of Blender knowledge. I was like, okay, know it. Sure, I'll take a crack at it. And I slapped together this thing. It was made entirely using free assets, so like free face models, free textures, free headsets. If I had to spend a dime on it, I did not buy it, because I was a broke college student. We were all broke college students. We couldn't afford assets. So, yeah, the end goal, when it was designed, we tried to make it as diverse as possible, given these very severe limitations. So, you know, we had some randomized face shapes, had some randomized textures. We had some of all that, and of course randomized blend shapes. And I will say the models trained on this were not great. However, what it did do great was its ability to make a model generalize. You know how I said previously the model Summer trained, how the end result was just mediocre at best? Well, that best was when it was Summer using it. If someone else tried to use it, it would most of the time flat out not work at all. With the results of this model, yes, the end result was still mediocre at best. However, it was consistent across most people, which that was a huge step at the time, making it work from one person to several. And so given the success we saw with this, we of course iterated on this, and we iterated on this for about 2 years in total. So improving things like I said before, the face shapes, skin textures, camera positioning, lighting, the amount of different meshes used, swapping out assets with different ones, and and up until Babel 2.0.5, this is primarily how we increase tracking quality, through just improving this data set. And then one day, as we were messing around trying to improve the synthetic data set again, we started to hit a plateau a little bit as we started to reach the end of my Blender skills. Like I said, I know a little bit, but like I wouldn't exactly bank on getting hired at Pixar. But yeah, so we started playing around with different ideas to, okay, how can we continue to improve the tracking quality? So we're like, okay, why don't we just include real images? They're in domain. They're representative of where we're going to use it. Let's try it. And the end result was a dramatic increase in tracking quality. As you can say here, it serves as a really great enhancement to synthetic data. Like we saw with the original Summer data set, around 5,000 frames isn't enough to truly make a good model, but when you combine it with the synthetic data, all of a sudden it just works. You smile and you're smiling. There's the amount of calibration and other post-processing you have to do to get that sort of generalized result to match your face is significantly less with this. And as a fun fact, real training data only makes up 0.5% of our current production data set, which also makes it very potent.
Yeah.
However, as we started to accept user data submissions, we began to realize that it was also a double-edged sword. So, although I said it's a great enhancement to synthetic training data, it still requires good synthetic training data. So, if someone does not track well or at all with synthetic data, they will also kind of have a bad time, even with some real data. Yes, some expressions will be improved, such especially those that were shown in the examples that we provided. However, this is due to the model overfitting, which means that if a model, if you were to do something, so if the synthetic data did not work too well on you and you tried to do something that was a bit different than what an example was, the model would try to snap to the nearest example, which isn't what you want to do. And so, and to be fair, and with the results we saw from that, it began to shed light on the flaws of our current synthetic data. It began to show flaws in our current synthetic data. So some of the common edge cases we saw, like strange face shapes, facial hair, camera images, weird camera images, all the stuff I mentioned before, we found, okay, we need to improve these in the synthetic data set, and so we finally got to work. Given that we began to start shipping our Babel hardware units, we finally had a little bit of dosh on hand that we could put towards improving this. So, with some of the cash we had, we went ahead and hired artists to go ahead and create us some proper photorealistic assets that we could use for our new data set. They of course improved upon everything that we had previously. So much more examples of facial hair, much more skin tones, much more face shapes. Everything. Everything was better. We even have troll face up on there. Additionally, with these new improvements we got, they were also much faster to render. Because since we switched from Blender to a more real-time engine, we were able to generate more examples of like these edge cases, which of course means better or more representation of these not so performant like cases. And yeah, additionally, when we're able to generate millions of frames, our time frame in which we have to render before we can actually start testing is much shorter. So we can iterate and test like different randomization algorithms and other sort of things much faster. Another thing is we designed it with like some more specific hardware in mind. Why did we do this? Because in the past, hardware was not standardized whatsoever. And as you can see by the huge variety of setups we have here, just from us testing, this created a number of problems. And although past datasets were designed to be as diverse as possible, they could not. They just couldn't deal with that variety. So we sat down and decided.
Sorry.
Oh.
They could not.
they could not. He's right. They could not. So we realized, okay, we said any camera in the past, but we need to narrow our scope a little bit. And so we decided, okay, you need to have some form of illumination. It needs to be a head-on view, and of course, it needs to be a reasonable distance from the face. So like, not touching your lips, you know, that sort of things. And at the time, there was no one selling some kind of DIY kit or anything, so we decided, fine, we'll do it. And so we began designing a board that met all of our previous requirements and could be something that someone could just toss in a case and slap it on their headset. And of course, just like most prototypes, it did not work. However, if you've seen that second Eldritch Horror image, it works now. The issue turned out to just be a bit poor regulator component, and it's not the last time we'll see that. And also during that process, we found a bug in OpenIRS, so we were able to get that fixed for everyone. So that's fun, I guess. Yeah. So of course, when we finally found the fault, we of course revised it a bit, and it's also around this time where we went to open source in 2024. These boards arrived on my doorstep the day before I had to take off, so I was able to take them with me. And push came to shove, our DIY setup there broke, so we were forced to actually demo these on the showroom floor. And from letting people try these out, like just on a wide variety of people, we found that the setup actually worked very well and gave us a nice little morale boost. And of course, with all that stuff in mind, and of course, with all that good stuff,
Hey, that's what
had to
mine
make a
looks
few couple more iterations of stuff, you know, getting it ready to actually be produced. And you know, went on, made enclosures, mounting hardware.
Mine's a little bit more
all that stuff
curved
is
'cause it
available
goes on
to be
my Oculus
downloaded,
too, but
used
it
by
literally
anyone.
just like
We went ahead and tested them.
take it, you
went
pop
ahead,
it on the front of
sent
your
it off to a
headset,
few
and then you can like adjust
sent it
where
off
the
to a few
camera
testers.
goes.
They came back okay, and so with the green light, we passed it off to mass production. A few month or two later, everything started arriving at the doorstep, and quite a bit of stuff, you know. But you know, on assembly day, I think DFG wrote down "oh boy." That is a very excellent description of it. Every board came back with a defective part, all 550 of them. Take a wild guess at what it was. Regulators. Good old voltage regulators, right? But that's because the factory put it on they put on the completely wrong part. So, I was saying that. Anyways, I diagnosed and fixed it. Just replaced all 500 regs. That was fun, I guess. And we finally began shipping units. Summer came over for a week. We just grinded those out. Yeah, we did nothing but assemble boards all week, and you didn't get to explore the town at all. We were just sending those out. And we learned a lot during that process. And additionally, I want to give a big thanks to my dad for letting me turn the entire upstairs of his house into a sweatshop for a few months. So thanks for that. And finally, let's since that pretty much leaves us to where we're at now, let's start to talk about a few things for the future. As these mounting hardwares have become more standardized and consistent, we've pretty much solved the issue of bad setups for the most part. However, some of these edge cases that I mentioned previously still persisted. Since we saw real data can potentially solve some of these issues, but we're limited by the fixed sequences we had, we decided, okay, we need some tooling to label real images. And so, we realized the outputs of our current model that we're testing are good enough to serve as a baseline for a skilled animator to go in and, I guess, correct them or something. Potentially we can solve these cases with some proper tooling to label real data in a way that's not going to make the model overfit. And I think that's all I have here for you today. Mr. Arrow, would you like to take the stage?
I suppose that's me now.
Alright,
Well, I will get straight into it. You were just mentioning the importance of the accuracy of real data labels, and one thing that I've worked on here for us is a tool for Blender that actually, well, first let me explain what the benefit of it is. Essentially, when you have real data, for example, if you have a video uploaded where we know the user opens their mouth in this video, and we know in the middle of the video they have their mouth open, and at the beginning and in the end they have their mouth closed, we could label that and create an animation curve in Blender, and that might roughly approximate the actual movements that they've made. However, the amount of error that's introduced from just using a direct animation curve there is enough to cause issues with the real data accuracy. And so we created a tool that essentially, given the knowledge that we know in the middle of the video they have their mouth open and at the beginning at the end they have it closed, it can train a small model and contrast those examples and then build a proper animation curve that's properly locked to their movements, as you can see in the bottom here. And that tool hopefully will become more useful in the future as we bring in more real label data to improve the data set. Another thing that I've done in the past, we touched on the Vive stuff a bit. One thing that was really limited in is that you couldn't really expand upon it or train new expressions, or if it didn't work well on your face, basically that's it. It's a black box. You don't have any recourse to improve it. One thing that I did early on was I figured out a way to train new data into this model by adding new layers on top and improve things like beard and other facial expressions that weren't there initially. And I was able to take that knowledge and apply it to Babel stuff. This is more about the what I was discussing earlier, the tooling. You can see subject that there's a very strange texture issue that happened, but essentially that would animate with the video. I'm going to skip ahead here. Another thing that I've worked on with the knowledge that I gained through what I mentioned earlier with the Vive stuff, I learned a lot about how this face tracking AS stuff works low level and low down. And one thing that Vive did get right is they use a very small, what's called a model, the actual AI model is very small in memory, so it takes very little compute resources to actually run it on your computer, and basically it won't lag your computer if you run it. One thing that we'd like to do is improve upon our own model size so that we can improve the performance of the app and so that it doesn't have so much of an impact when you're doing face tracking. We've tried a bunch of different models. I won't go into detail about specifics, but there's a lot of research going on there under the hood to improve the performance. And one thing that we were able to use that for already is we've taken a lot of that knowledge and built it into a new model that we're building, which is for eye tracking. So essentially we've built a new solution for eye tracking. DFG will touch on it a little bit more later, but essentially it creates an overlay where it follows you through a few steps and you follow a calibration process, and that collects some data just specifically for your face, your eyes, well, not just for your eyes, your upper face. And then it trains a model specifically just on that. So essentially we don't need to go out and build all this data setting that we discussed earlier. We can hopefully get a solution out there early that works for everybody. And we hope to track more than just gaze. We want to have upper face tracking, the sort of tracking that you'd expect from a headset.
Like
that
after
has
Furality?
full eye tracking, like widen and squeeze in the upper brow expressions and whatnot. And to quickly touch on the research I mentioned earlier with model size reduction, this graph on the bottom part of this slide, one way that you can, if you have, Summer said that with face tracking, we do it with just one camera. Well, with eye tracking, you kind of need a camera for each, unless, it's much easier if you have a camera for each eye. And the problem with that is if you feed both cameras into this AI, it really increases the compute cost if you just put the images side to side like you would intuitively. But if you stack them channel-wise,
We're gonna go to
and
the
that's
clubs tonight.
like an image has color channels like red, green, and blue to represent it. If you stack the
I got
images
too tired
channel-wise, we
yesterday.
found that you get very similar performance, but the actual like compute cost, how much it lags your computer is way lower.
We went
So
on the first day,
that's
but
one thing that we hopefully will be
yeah, we're
able to
gonna
bring
go back
into our other
again
models, but we're
tonight.
applying it to our eye tracking solution at the moment, and it seems to be showing promise. And yeah, that this is going into what I was just discussing. However, I think that will be Mr. Hiatus now.
Thank you. All right.
Dude, if I could figure out how to get eye
Hello,
tracking on
everybody.
here.
If you
Oh,
have stuck it out this
capital.
long, thank you very much. As a recap, I'm Hiatus, that guy. And in addition to the ERC face tracking module, I'm also working on the new Babel app, which is the subject of my presentation. So, a brief history. First off, the Babel app was originally an offshoot of the current iTrack VR. Like 2 years ago, Summer, it's like, I'm gonna make this do face tracking, and that's why they kind of look the same. Basically.
Yes.
Right. Now my note here. As
My
such, yes,
thesis,
look
I
visually
begin.
the same. At the same time, we also grandfathered in the technical debt of the project. So as we started to add new features, right? Oh, we're going to add like support for 12 languages. Oh, we're going to add support for blah blah blah. There were problems. There were many problems. The number one was packaging, right? So every time we have a new build, we want to make an installer, we want to throw one file at you and have fun. But let's say we wanted to upgrade our desktop notifications. We tried switching out this one package, it busted things for a solid week, at which point it was just easier to remove it outright. There's also a lack of mobile support. According to the Steam hardware survey, an overwhelming majority of people experience VR chat on a Quest standalone headset. A computer's expensive, unwieldy to set up, and the Quest is just easier in comparison. Additionally, there was also the general, lack of documentation, performance issues. It was unintuitive, and you can make the comparison looks like a Windows 95 application. Taking a look at my speaker notes here. I guess talking about the lack of mobile support. Originally, there was also I'll call it a first-party lack of macOS and Linux support. I was able to add that after the fact, but it really goes to show, right? Like, if we wanted to do more, there needed to be change. So, we set out to create a new one that had all of the good of the existing, Python app, right? Had all the languages. It was faster. It was smoother. It was all that stuff, right? It needed to be scalable. Mobile support. It needed to look nice. People like a good GUI. So, I've been cooking up this bad boy. Say hello to Babylonia. This name took forever to decide on. It is a successor to our existing Babel app that comes with a per eye tracking and face tracking, comes with a VR calibration overlay for your expressions, and you can also flash your firmware from within the app. So if I go to the next page, you can see the home out view of this, and there were a couple sources of friction with our existing app. Right? If I go back a couple of slides, take a look at the top right image over here. That's the home screen. Functionally, it works, but
Yeah.
just by looking at it, can you tell me, just by looking at it, do you know what it does?
No, I am
And that
so
was a real
confused about
problem
how
source
to
of
use this
friction for our
program
users.
still.
So here, I've tried to make this as clear and unambiguous as possible. Start, stop, tracking for tracking, cropping for cropping, and you have your settings. That's all hidden away from you. Additionally, another source of friction was our firmware flashing within the app as well. I'll get to that here in a second. But in the top right, you have the VR calibration overlay. You saw Arrow's thing, which was amazing, honestly. I cannot wait for you all to have it. But another major source of friction was our onboarding. You see, it's difficult enough to give users a very, complicated app without some kind of prior introduction. And what we tried to do was, okay, it's your first time using the app. Where's everything? How do I use it? So we set out to eliminate that kind of source of friction as well. Moving on. We also have calibration. We do have per expression calibration in our Python app. It's pretty good, but instead of throwing every single expression at the user all at once, instead we compartmentalize these based on their name, prefix, and category. So a cheek expression will fall in the cheek category. Yep. And here's what an expanded section looks like. One thing I do want to add is the current expression in the slider, so it makes it very nice to see what expression you're making. All right, now let me get the firmware. So this was a big one. You see, when many users received the 300, 500, however many Babel apps that Rames and Summer received here, some of them wanted to use it in wireless. So our Babel trackers can be used wired, plugged into the headset, or wireless. Let's say you're a PC VR user with a standalone Quest system. Well, you can use Babel wirelessly, but to get that, you need to write what's called firmware to it. And to do that, you have to download another app and figure out how to use that. Nobody wins. So we set out to add firmware flashing within the new Babel app. I have optimized the user experience to take less than 10 clicks or 1 minute, whichever is less for you. This is what a wired setup looks like. You select your tracker, you select the firmware in question with a suggestion, helpful suggestion. And this is what the wireless page looks like. Ooh, fancy. Oh, emoji. Right. Anyways, the settings page, I won't take you through this. We've been translated into 12+ language, like I said. Thank you to the people in our crowd. We have GPU support out the wazoo, and the current performance of the application is on par, if not better, than our existing Python application. Excuse me. Let's see, nothing in my notes here. That is splendid. Oh, yeah. All right, next slide. Dark mode! Oh my gosh. You didn't think this thing would have a dark mode. I've been only feeding you light mode pictures. But no, another thing about this as well is the theme and accessibility. Right? In the bottom left, you can see me experimenting with a Windows 7 design because why not? Fruit of your arrow is the popular thing that crams my Reddit feed. This also gives rise to like high contrast themes. So let's say you need big block letters because you're in VR, big buttons because pointer is tricky to use. You got that as well. But none of this is hypothetical, right? So up until this point, we were talking about our eye tracking solution, our face tracking solution, and I want to be clear. This is the source for this is available for download. We don't have a release for it just yet, but Summer's a living proof over here. And we're confident that we can take this and deliver something I don't want to make any promises. By the end of the week, I want to say.
I'm gonna.
Yeah, and whatever. We're like stupid close. He has his eyeballs. I just need to take his eyeballs and shove them in my app. You also need VRC face tracking for it to work with Babylonia, so give that a download as well. And that concludes our presentation. I've left up some QR codes for our Babel Discord, our store if you're interested in purchasing a Babel tracker through our first-party partner PyShock, as well as our documentation if you would like to DIY your own. With that, I yield my time to the floor and would be more than eager to answer any incoming questions.
We've got so many questions.
Quite a
first
few.
thing real quick. First thing I do want to say real quick is Rames has the eye tracking running like right now with eyelid and eyebrow support.
Yeah.
No, he does more than I do. I don't have it running right now because my Beyond is acting a little funky. But he's got eyebrows and eyelids. Rames, do things. Go do eye things. Look at you. Look at him doing the eye things. It's crazy.
Eyeballs, yeah.
It's crazy. No way.
Incredible.
I want to figure out how to do that.
It's he's got Babel with that too.
So, anyways, we have the QA section here on the Discord pulled up. If you're an audience member and
Hello
you'd
there.
like to, yes.
Still
Hi.
figuring this out.
Sorry to jump scare you. I'm actually here to read the questions for you.
Oh, perfect.
Right.
Awesome.
Let's do it.
Let's see. I've got a question here from Mitski asking, what is the stance on using a standard webcam with Babel? If one is suitable, do you have any camera recommendations?
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, let's
Should I
go left
answer?
or right. Let's go left
Okay.
or right. Okay, yeah.
So yes, it would work with a webcam. The one thing is you have to have good lighting. We started sort of making our models more sort of generalized onto our existing ESP hardware because webcams are so many of them. They're all running at different resolutions, at different kinds of lighting and gain, and the cameras have different properties. So we sort of tried to limit the scope a little bit, as Rames was saying earlier in his slides. So webcams will work. You can make it work. Just you have to set it up properly, right? With Babel, the more work you put into the system, the more you're going to get out of it. right?
I need to figure out the
Make sure
calibration.
you
That's
do
like
a
my
good
biggest
setup
thing.
and
I
don't
totally
just do it
skipped
jankily.
that.
If you're gonna do it, just buy the $30 worth of hardware and use an ESP32 and some simple IR
Honestly,
LEDs
mine
and
for
follow
the
the
Quest
docs,
2
and
was
you
50
can get a good
bucks.
Babel tracker
Oh,
going
okay,
for
but
about the same amount of effort. But it will work. It'll work. It'll work.
Considering
It just
the
won't be that
Vive
good.
is like,
I'm encouraging you to
you
try.
need a Vive
Listen,
headset,
you
and
mu-
then you need a
it's-
Vive, and then you
with
need all the other
webcameras,
shit with
it's
it.
literally a
It's
dice.
a lot. It's a lot of money.
I'll leave it at that. But yeah, you're welcome to try.
The dogs.
The dogs.
All right, thank you for answering that one. I've got another question
I just don't know what
here,
hardware I need for eye tracking. That's the only
from
thing that
Nami
I'm like,
asking,
I don't
does your
understand.
training data include facial hair, beards, and bushy mustaches?
Yes. we have
Absolutely.
millions
Yes.
of bushy mustaches and mangy man beards in our training sets.
Maggie, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yes.
Oh, sorry, no, keep going. If you had more to say.
Well, how do I put this right? That's one thing that definitely separates us from, say, the Pico 4 Enterprise and the Quest Pro. We have a robust model that actually works on facial hair, and it is proven to work on facial hair. Granted, these are our release candidates, so nothing official just yet, but you can download and use it, so yes.
When I used the Vive tracker, I had to shave my face for it to work, so that's great to hear.
Yeah.
I've got another question here from Opabina asking, any plans for pairing with ETVR to create viable sets for complete full face and eye tracking?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe. Hardware is hard, as it implies in the name.
Yeah,
so
so
maybe.
that's why I'm like, I'm trying to figure out what hardware you need for the eye tracking. Or I'm
Question
just
here
dumb.
from Raptor asking,
Someone explain it.
There was talk about creating your own MIPI CSI based camera module. What can we expect in that regard in the future?
While nothing is set in stone yet, the idea is to hopefully be MIPI CSI to UVC. That's kind of the plan. Use some kind of USB to MIPI chip thingamabob. You know.
We've been really busy. We've been very busy with the app and whatnot. We're getting to it.
Yeah.
It's in the roadmap, but we've been really busy. We'll get there.
We'll get there.
But question for Fire and Action. I'm seeing people ask if I can post a link to the Discord in the QA chat. With your permission, may I do that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Feel free to drop
alright.
links in there. If you want to share the slide or link to your Discord or anything like that, you're totally welcome to.
I'll get everything up there, actually. Right.
I have a question here from Seldom Needy. Which real-time rendering engine did you switch to for faster synthetic data generation?
You can answer, Arrow. You can answer, Arrow.
We switched to Unreal, actually.
Unreal. Crazy. It's Unreal.
Good.
Unreal is
UE5 slop.
fast. UE5. UE5 slop.
Getting the.
Let's see. I have another question here from Sent from Space. What data augmentation techniques do you make use of for synthetic datasets? For example, do you simulate a dirty lens by blurring the image?
Yes. We use so many. There's rotation, translation, blur, noise, crop in. So we do a center crop. So you take the center of the image and then you crop into that as the new image. So many augmentations that we have to tune. Fisheye distortion, different
compression.
weird JPEG compression for Wi-Fi. So many. There's so much research that's gone into just making augmentations. So yeah, that's a good question. We do a lot.
That's fascinating. Thank you so much. Let's see. Question here from Sawtax asking, have you tried to bring the tracking model or part of it onto the microcontroller using something like TinyML, for example?
Well, part of the reason why we're doing research into shrinking the model is we can't do that yet, but shrinking the model might open up doors like that.
If I may, so currently Babylonia can run on an Android device, but because it uses the same desktop-sized model, the same requirement is there. But until again it gets smaller, you're going to have subpar performance. So on a PC, it might be the frame rate of your camera, 120 FPS. But I've had instances where it's like closer to 20 FPS because it's just running on a smartphone.
Right. So yeah, and by Android we also mean Quest, by the way, if that wasn't clear.
Right. Sorry.
That was the bigger one, is that it does run on Quest. This app does run on Quest. It runs okay, but it's not as good as a PC right now. But as Era said, we're working towards making models smaller so that they run better.
Yeah, so, and again, this is a bit of a tangent, but one thing that I want to do is I want to be able to, like I'm holding my phone right now, I want to be able to run Babel on your phone. You could just set your phone down, and then you're able to have that act as a co-processor to your headset. So while
it's gonna be like
your
Makoki
cameras
then.
talk wirelessly to Babel on your phone, it talks back to the headset. So that way, if you're, standalone, you still have the full facial expressivity without any additional anything.
All right. Thank you so much. Got a question here from Shine asking, is there a tutorial for building a complete face tracker end to end? That's with all the components and the scheme of connections.
Let me pull it up.
I would say there is. It's in it's written form. There's no video form yet.
As of right now,
there should really be a video form. If anyone wants to make it,
Are you
I challenge
okay?
you. Go make one. There's so many people here who have made Babel trackers DIY. Any of you could make a video on it. It's super easy. I'm sure you'd get lots of views if you cared about that. But you could totally do it. We're also gonna try doing it. Like I said, though, we have so much on our roadmap right now. But we will hopefully get to it eventually. But yes.
All right. I've got a question here from Chimera Dev. Are you going to start supporting molds and mobile support for the Pico headsets?
Yeah, Android.
Yeah, so I don't want to get too in the weeds here because I want to, keep this as general as possible. But while, how do I put this? The Quest, let's see, all Quest 3s are Androids, but not all Androids are Quest 3s. Likewise, all Pico 4s are Androids, but not all Androids are Pico 4s. So if we make something for Android, like the same thing for your phone, in theory, it should run on the Pico, on the Quest, just like any other Android app, if that makes sense. I hope that answers your question.
I think that does. Thank you.
Okay.
Actually, really interesting question here from Schmoopy Rue, asking, do glasses impact the tracking of the eyes?
No. That was the biggest one, actually. It won't. Hell, you can only so you see ETVR before had 4 LEDs. We know for a fact that you can run our new eye tracking with only 2. You can have such poor camera quality and it working. It's crazy.
It is kind of ridiculous how bad it can be.
Yeah.
I think that's a testament to the new model's quality.
If I may, one thing about the Babel store, right? So currently the Babel trackers go for right now about 100 USD. However, we do want to get that price down. Like we know we can
eventually. No promises.
I mean, right now, yeah, it's a little tricky right now, but for reasons, but we'll get there. Like, yes.
Is that the eye tracking?
All right. Question
Yeah,
here
I'm
from Eric
curious.
Bazinga, and I think you may have already answered this, but is this presentation available for later viewing?
I think Ava's recording it for us. Well, Ava's recording it for us, so we'll just post the video there.
Well, I can also get like
Right.
the PDF or whatever.
Well, I
That's
think they
the
might
thing.
have been asking about the slide deck itself.
Yeah.
Oh, the slide deck. Yeah, we can make it
Yeah.
public too. Why not?
Yeah, let me grab it.
Yeah, I think folks would super appreciate that. Let's see. A question here from Bardic. What headsets would you recommend for Babel when you're a Linux user?
Good question.
What works with Wyvern? Stuff that works with Wyvern probably.
So, hello, I'm on Linux right now. I might be qualified to answer that question. So, really, any headset that works with Linux, like off the top of my head, I know the Vive, the Valve Index, the Vive Pro, they do work. If you want to get a little experimental, you could try using ALVR with a Quest 2, possibly Quest Pro. I also wrote VRC face tracking in Avalonia, so you would be able to use the existing modules to get iTrack VR, Babel, as well as those headsets to work as well. There is also the Linux VR Adventures Wiki, which has a comprehensive outline of compatible and incompatible headsets.
The Linux crew is doing a lot of really cool things right now. They have really They have really, 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 really done a lot of work to make things awesome right now for Linux and VR. So if you do have the time, I recommend you try it. It's awesome.
All right. Thank you for answering that. Let's see. We've got a question here from Vel. With the Beyond 2E coming out, and if you're not familiar, that's a headset that will have eye tracking built in. I may be how compatible would the Babel mouth tracker be with the built-in eye tracker? How would the setup be like for someone new to face tracking?
I am using the Beyond 2E right now. It is really on. It is on our radar. I will say. I am wearing one. Now the eye tracking isn't on right now. I had some issues. It's a prototype unit. Blah 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 blah. But I am wearing it right now. So it's on the roadmap. It's 100% something that we are looking into for like full compatibility with our stuff.
Wonderful. Oh, interesting question here from LSA. You mentioned security questions early on. Could you expand on what that means for your project?
Yeah, so we care a lot about how data flows inside of the system, right? So right now it's fairly simple, right? Your face tracking data flows through the application, goes to the model generates some output, and it outputs that data, and then the frame is deleted, right? What we care about really is just making sure that your data isn't saved anywhere. There's no like weird frames being cached in your Windows computer that some attacker can get to at some point. Right, we care a lot about making sure that your data is entirely on your local system, and we want to make sure that it stays that way, and we don't send data out to like a server remotely. Your eye tracking data stays local on your PC. The model that is trained for your eye tracking stays on your PC. Right, it's trained all on your PC. Right, all local. Right. This is a huge focus because privacy is a really big issue, going forward, and also now, right? So we want to make sure that your data is yours and it stays local and no one else can have it unless you let them, right? Granted, we are not like security researchers, right? So maybe exploits and whatnot. We're not security researchers, but what we are people who are trying to be conscious about making sure that your data doesn't go out into the internet without you knowing about it. So this is kind of the focus right now.
Thank you for that answer. Let's see. We've got a question here from Voltist. For eye tracking using infrared LEDs and cameras, are there concerns of vision damage for people with light-sensitive eyes?
I mean, as long as you keep your LED power down, which I think how to do that has been like pretty well documented now. No, like I absolutely no. As long as you follow the correct guidelines and whatnot.
Yeah.
Keep it below a certain
in early days,
power limit.
Yeah. Early days of iTrack VR was really focused on safety, IR safety. So there's a lot of research that's gone into making sure that those IR LEDs are safe. If you get the V4 LED kit from the iTrack VR website, you should be okay. A lot of people use that kit. No one has gotten cataracts, so we know it's good. So it's good. It's good. We think it works well. It's way below the power limit specified by OSHA. It's way below the power limit I think specified by WHO, was it? I forgot. If you go to the iTrack VR website, all their documentation is there on exactly what the power limits are and how to calculate them.
Wonderful. Very comprehensive answer. Question here from Skarek asking, is it possible to buy the headset-specific mounts alone for upgrading, replacements, etc.?
Hopefully.
Yeah.
We're working with PyShock, yeah?
We don't have those for sale just yet, but it is something. It's like, we should probably have this up for sale as well. Just have it out there.
Lots of distribution center related things that make it difficult to sell mounts individually. We go through a distributor, like a warehouse, right? So it makes it difficult. You have to contact them. You have to do a whole lot of setup with how they're supposed to package it. We might need to make new packaging because it's just the mount, and we don't want to, give away an entire box for just a small little mount. Waste that foam and cardboard. So we're getting there. It might take some time. We're more focused on selling the full kits right now, getting data, kind of trying to improve the Babel experience in general. And then we'll go back and do these smaller quality of life things like, mounts and cameras and all these other things that we're, looking forward to.
All right. I've got another question here from Enstrade. What UI library is used for the Babylonia application?
This uses Avalonia, which is a cross-platform C#.net tooling. Yeah.
All right. Got another question here from Sir Nate 519. Are there plans for infrared or the ability to use it in the dark for face and eye tracking?
That's how it currently works.
Yeah.
That's how it currently works.
And one more question here from Staytech. When will Babel be adding nostril dilation tracking? It seems to get the rest of the
my
face, but not the
God.
nose.
I know you.
I see you.
Maybe soon, if we're not too busy, we'll add
We
it.
ship the app, then we add the nose.
Exactly. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Get the eye tracking working with nostril dilation.
Oh gosh.
My gosh.
Pupil
That'd be
dilation
really
and
funny.
nostril dilation? Oh heck.
Yeah, but like with the eye tracking cameras, that way you could do it like on your
Learn
Vipro,
from the
Vipro
subtle
eye.
movements of the top
Yeah.
of your nose.
Yeah. Great.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm taking a look at the questions myself here. I think we're running short on time, but I will do my best to try.
Yeah, I think we can do one more quick question.
Yeah. Go for it.
Was there one you wanted to specifically answer?
No, I was just saying, like, I would go in and I would try and type up answers in writing there.
Well, we have. I think we're actually out of time for questions, but if you want to send things off here.
Sure thing. All right, everybody. Hey, thank you all so much for coming here, right? You know, we wouldn't be in a position to be able to make our own hardware and send it out to you guys without your incredible support and patience. As I said earlier, I'm going to try my best to go through your questions and answers. I'll be hanging around Furality, so if you see me, stop me, ask me a question. I don't bite. And yeah, thank you all so much. Thank you.
Thanks for all coming. Thank you guys.
Boo.
Bye.
Bye.
Y'all.
All right, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. Ugh. I need to pee. I'll be right back.
community of contributors from all around the world. Super cool contributors.
I missed the beginning.
But
I feel so
since
stupid.
It's open
Oh
source,
my God.
it's nice, repairable, configurable, whatever you want to do with them.
Okay.
You know, it's yours to do.
My
All
bad,
the
guys, my bad.
hardware and software is available on the GitHub. And the actual company itself is based in the Netherlands, but, you know, there's people from all over the world. So with Slime VR, you can do a couple interesting things, like VR. You can do mocap with Monado, Blender, VMC. More on that later. And you can, of course, make your own DIY trackers. Since it's all fully open source, there's a lot of tools available that you can find on the websites. And you can find guides, a lot of guides on the docs for how to build your own trackers and what it might cost. So some of the common issues that people run into when they have their slimes and are trying to get it working, a lot of people have issues connecting it to their Wi-Fi, and a lot of that's just like the wrong Wi-Fi name, or the trackers just can't see the Wi-Fi. So it's important to do some debugging with it. You can do a Wi-Fi scan in the serial console. And you can also go, for any of these, you can go to the Discord and ask for help. And there are a ton of people in the community welcome to help you out with getting your trackers working, whether it's DIY, official, or any other sort of thing. And then another very important thing that a lot of people don't know is during the setup wizard, there's an IMU calibration section where you let your trackers sit still for about 10 seconds. But I just want to mention, it's very important that you also get your trackers up to the temperature that they are when you're wearing them on your body. So I like to wear mine for like 15 minutes before I let them calibrate, especially the chest and the hip trackers. Otherwise, you will have increased drift. And they also don't need to be on a flat surface, just stable. Like, they should not be moving. So another section that people have a lot of troubles with is the session calibrations. So the full reset, mounting reset, yaw reset, a lot of people don't know about those different kind of resets and exactly what they do. So just a quick rundown is the full reset aligns your trackers with your body. So it takes it from completely unknown to being aligned with your body. The mounting reset aligns the tracker direction with your body. So for example, if that's done wrong, if you're kicking forward, if your mounting calibration is done wrong, then your leg may go to the side, you know, it might bend backwards, some really bad stuff that you don't want to have happen.
Okay, mine does that.
And then yaw reset is the most common one, which you should be only doing after your full and mounting reset, unless your trackers have shifted, which is to correct for any drift when you are playing VR, as drift will happen over time, unfortunately. But there's also improvements to reduce drift that happens over time, so definitely keep an eye out for that. There's also body proportions, and also more mounting I'll get to later, but there's just like the basic types of body proportions that you can do: height-based config, skilled proportions, and automatic proportions. So there's a lot you can do there. So body proportions. A lot of people think that body proportions are super important, but to be honest, you don't really need to have them super tuned in. I just recommend using scale proportions, especially if you're just starting out. You are going to almost always want to use scale proportions, as it is a very solid default to use and will hopefully reduce your calibration time. Because Autobahn is cool, but like it is, I've been told so much that it is very difficult to do. People have a lot of trouble with it. And honestly, it's only really good for fine tuning. Like, once you have your trackers working perfectly, then you can go and you can fine tune your trackers with Autobahn if you want, but it is not necessary. So, you know, a lot of people say their proportions are wrong when they have calibration issues. Well, nah. Well, sometimes, but not usually. Usually it's just like mounting proportions, or mounting orientation, and you know, it really isn't that big a deal. But if you're going for like hours trying to calibrate your stuff, it might be worth checking out the Slime VR Discord or going to one of the events in the Slime VR VR chat group hosted by Xerox. So, mounting. Just a bit more on mounting now. The mounting orientation is very important to how your trackers are working. And some of the most important parts as well are the physical mounting of your trackers. Everybody's body is different, of course, so you're going to want to try different mounting for whatever you have. Like whatever your body shape is, you know, whatever works best for you is best for you. There's no one standard Slime VR configuration that works best for everyone. So, for example, a lot of people love to use the GoPro chest mount for their chest trackers. Otherwise, there's a lot of sliding that can happen there. It's very difficult with the spine trackers. So the hips as well, you know, just all different kinds of bodies wear them differently. Like, it does not work for everyone. And you just got to try whatever works best for you and figure out, you know, how your best tracking experience is. For example, I wear my spine trackers on my back, my chest is on my back, and my hip. So very different from what a lot of other people do. So thighs are also a very tricky one that a lot of people do not like. They have a lot of trouble with it. And some of this is like, I wrote there, femoral anteversion, very fancy word, but it's basically where your leg will bend when, like, your leg will rotate when you lift your leg up. So, you know, you got to be aware of that. If you have that happening with your body, you may need to move the position of the tracker in order to compensate for that movement. Some people also have the tracker slip down to their knees, so maybe some different way of mounting it, different kind of strap wearing, or like silicone on the back of the strap can help with the slipping. And of course, there's another option, which I've heard is very good for people with not thick thighs, is the outer thigh mounting. An interesting thing to try in case you have any issues with your thighs. So once you've got everything nice and calibrated, and if you have any issues, again, check the Slime VR Discord or go to one of the events. People would be very happy to help you out. So let's go over to Airmel with some Slime VR uses and finger tracking.
Yes. Wait. Okay. So yeah, let me tell you more about what Slime VR can do, even outside of just using Slime VR for social VR. Slime VR has many use cases, such as motion capture and VTubing, and I'll also be telling you a bit about finger tracking, which is something back in development. So the main reason you'd want to use Slime VR is, since it's in the name, it's for VR, and usually social VR. So there's many reasons someone would like to use Slime VR or any other full body tracking in social VR. That can be for increased immersion, for increased interactivity, to show other people your body language while you're with them, and even for enterprise resource planning. So there's many reasons you'd want to use social VR. But what's the main place to actually use full body tracking in VR? Well, it's VR chat, since that's pretty much where 99% of people are. There are other platforms, other social VR platforms such as Resonite, but for the main part, it's pretty much all VR chat, and that's where Furality is hosted as well. So for the technical part, if you want to use Slime VR in virtual reality, how would you get around to doing this? There's two ways that we
achieve this. You can either go through the SteamViewer driver, which is like the default method, or you can go through OSC trackers, which is something new that VRChat made that allows us to get SlimeViewer working on Quest. So for the first way that SlimeViewer can be used with VRChat, or, well, in this case, any VR game, is by going through the SteamViewer driver. So if you installed SlimeViewer normally on your PC, you'll have the SteamViewer driver automatically installed. And you can set which trackers in the SlimeViewer server. So the server is the software for the record. So in the server, you can set which trackers to send it out, but by default, it'll just figure out which trackers it needs to send to SteamViewer. And so then the SteamViewer driver sends the data to SteamViewer, and VRChat is happy to get that data and make it so you're able to do full body tracking in VR. Now, the other way to use SlimeViewer in VRChat would be to go through OSC trackers. So the advantage of this method is that it can be used even if you're not running VRChat on a PC using SteamViewer. So OSC is a protocol that, well, it's basically sending out data via the network. It's based on UDP, for those who may know. And so VRChat made the standard VRChat OSC trackers, which uses OSC. And it's basically a way to, it's a replacement or an alternative for SteamViewer trackers that is allowed to be sent over the network. So using OSC trackers, you can run SlimeViewer on any device you want and just send the trackers to your VRChat instance. So you could have SlimeViewer on your PC sending your trackers on VRChat that's running on your Quest. And we also support running SlimeViewer directly on your Quest if you'd rather do that than running it on your PC. So SlimeViewer can work for VRChat on PC and on Quest, which is great. Now, another use case you may have for SlimeViewer, outside of just using it for VR, is to do motion capture for a price that's not in the thousands like usual motion capture suits. So motion capture, also called mocap, is basically just recording movements for later use. It can be in game development to like record character animations. It can be for, well, animations such as like 3D short films. And it can also be for VTubing, which I'll talk a bit later. So how would you do motion capture with SlimeViewer? It sounds complicated, but it's actually way easier than you might think. There's two ways. You can either go through BVH or VMC4B. Let's start with BVH. So BVH stands for BioVision Hierarchy. And it's basically a file type that stores animations, or it stores like movements. And SlimeViewer natively supports that, thanks to Butterscotch right there. And so if you want to record such a file, you can click on the very accessible Record BVH button in the SlimeViewer server and start moving around. And it'll output your movements, your animation, to a BVH file. And the great thing about this is that BVH, on top of being natively supported by SlimeViewer, is also natively supported by Blender. So you can natively, like without any add-on, you can just import that file straight into Blender and get to work on doing whatever. And it's, well, I didn't check, but it's probably also supported by many other applications. So that's one way you can do BVH if you want to pre-record animations in SlimeViewer and use them later in another software. But if you want to do motion capture live, so seeing the animation, the output animation on your character live, you can use VMC. So VMC, or I think it's virtual motion capture or something, is a standard based on OSC, just like OSC trackers. And it allows you to send, it allows SlimeViewer to send all of its tracking information, so all the bones, all of the tracking information, allows it to send it over the network, or, well, in that case, sending it over the network is not as important, but we can send it to other applications. In this case, we can use the add-on VMC4B or VMC for Blender, which is unfortunately a paid add-on, but for 1,000 yen or around $7 US, you can get it, and it allows you to use VMC with Blender. And so simply by enabling VMC in SlimeViewer, which is natively supported, you can do motion capture using that add-on. VMC is also what's used for VTubing, which I'll now tell you more about. So VTubing, for those who may not know, but I assume most people know, is basically just live streaming, but instead of using a webcam, you're using a live virtual avatar of yourself. So for that, you usually want to animate the avatar. Some people use webcams or an iPhone. We just saw the Babel panel, which they said they used an iPhone originally for the face tracking. You can do that as well. But here, if you want to animate your avatar body, your arms, all that, you'd want to use something else. Like in this case, you can use SlimeViewer. So you can use SlimeViewer's VMC in order to VMC along with your preferred VTubing software, which I'm pretty sure all of them support it. But the most popular are VCFace, Warudo, and VNyan. So using these softwares, you can use VMC and send SlimeViewer's tracking information to your VTubing software, and it's pretty much as easy as that to get your tracking working from SlimeViewer to VTube. I'm getting my words mixed. But yeah, so the great part in all of this is that SlimeViewer natively supports VMC and most of the thing you'd want. So we support many ways to do the same thing, like for mocap, we support BVH and VMC, so there's many ways to do a single thing you'd want to do depending on your workflow. So the last thing I want to tell you about before I send it back to Butterscotch is finger tracking. So finger tracking is something that's been more and more touched upon in recent times as people want better controllers in VR that have fingers and all. It's cool. So SlimeViewer, some people, including me, myself, have been working on getting finger tracking with the SlimeViewer stack. So with in the SlimeViewer firmware and in the SlimeViewer software, there's some work to get finger tracking supported. So currently, you could use a SlimeViewer tracker and put it on your finger, although it would be way too big. So you'd have to actually DIY, so do make yourself a glove using smaller components. But yeah, you can use the equivalent of a SlimeViewer tracker to track your fingers. And we support sending the finger tracking data via VMC. So, and I'm pretty sure BVH as well. So you can do motion capture and VTubing with SlimeViewer finger tracking. We also support using flex sensors, which are basically just detectors for like bending, and they give the same degree of precision as just knuckles controllers. So they're basically just, is your finger curled or not? And you can use them alongside IMU, so you can do like a mix and match if you want. Now, there's no product plan for finger tracking. The product that's planned is something Butterscotch is going to tell you about, but it has nothing to do with finger tracking. Finger tracking is completely DIY as of yet, and there's no plans. But there is still work on the software and all. If you want to contribute or try to make a glove for yourself, all the information will be in our Discord server in the finger tracking channel. Yeah. So now I'll let a video of one of my friends, Gizmo, play, where he shows his slime viewer setup that he uses for VTubing. He has slime viewer body trackers and even made his own finger tracking slime viewer gloves. So it's very cool. I'll let that video play.
Hi, I'm Gizmo. I'm a demon bunny, and I was tasked by SlimeVR to show a little bit of my setup in the wild. So here we go. Let's break the magic. I'm using Unreal, and I will show you a little bit what it looks like when I set up everything. Bye.
Is that a bird in the background?
All right. So I hope you learn more about what SlimeView can be used for, and that you're hyped for finger tracking, because that's something I'm looking forward. Now I'll let Butterscotch tell you more about SlimeView's future projects. There you go, Butterscotch.
All right. So, some of the super cool projects that SlimeVR is working on. Butterfly slimes. There will be a ton more slides and information about that. I'm sure everyone's excited about that. Anyone in the Discord will have seen the announcement. So, there's that. And they are, small, easy to charge, etc., etc. Slam slimes are very early development, and they are camera-based trackers, much like the Volume Ultimates, but they are planned to be fully open source in hardware, software, just as much as we can do. So hopefully we can get that working. It'll be super cool to see. So before we get into butterflies, I'll talk about the DIY small slimes. So small slimes have been in development for a long time now, and they are well, you can look at the documentation there for like as much information as you could ever want about small slimes. They are very extensive, very well maintained. So this this presentation might be outdated by the time you're seeing this, or just anything like that. Check the documentation. Everything is up to date there and very well documented. So small slimes, they don't use Bluetooth, they don't use Wi-Fi, they use their own protocol, so hopefully it should be lower latency than Wi-Fi, and a lot easier to set up. So you don't need to set up all your Wi-Fi credentials and worry about any of the Wi-Fi networking troubles, because that is a huge issue that people have. There is a bit of a problem to using a dongle and using their own protocol, which is, well, first off, that you need a dongle, but secondly, that the signal can vary depending on what dongle you get. There has been experimental work by a lot of the contributors and some of the marketplace sellers in order to find out a good dongle that is available and good to use. And so you can find that probably on the documentation it's already up to date, but also on the Discord you can ask about it. They've got the Holy IoT 21017 dongle. You know, write that down for the test. There won't be a test. But there's a lot of different designs that you can get for small slimes. You can see two different variations displayed here. At the top are stacked small slimes, which are a very good design for DIY small slimes. And those are made by Lyle Ulrich. And you can find those on the Slime VR Marketplace in the Discord. And then the bottom ones are the Fui Mini trackers, which are fully open source and open to DIY, but you know, it's not the best for DIY. It's more for like mass production. So there may be some issues if you try to DIY them yourself. Just be aware of that. You can also find those on the Slime VR Marketplace, or they have a website. You can sign up for a email list, macroplastics.ca. So if you want to go there, check out some of the DIY small slimes that are currently available. But, you know, the very bottom of the slide there, big, bold, experimental. So if you are getting into this, you need to be aware that they are a work in progress. The code base is not quite there yet, but it's very open to help on the GitHub at SlimeVR/SlimeVR Tracker NRF. They're not called Small Slime on the GitHub. SlimeVR Tracker NRF. There's also the ESP one, so make sure you're on the right GitHub. And the sellers are all responsible for their own products, so make sure you do your proper research into the product, ask questions to the sellers. You know, SlimeVR is not responsible for any of the kind of things that happen. You know, they are sellers, so make sure that you are aware of all the technical information, how to use them, all that kind of stuff before you buy them or make them yourself. And I'd also like to thank for all this DIY stuff, you know, Lexi, Fui, Lyle, and all the other SlimeVR contributors that really made small slimes into what they are now, which is a very impressive thing already. So on to the big announcement from today is butterfly slimes. So I'm sure everybody is hoping to get more information about butterfly trackers. So here it is. I'll start this off by saying that link at the bottom, the slimevr.dev/small, that is active right now. If you go there, there is a whole heap of technical information, just general information about the trackers. If there's going to be any information, it will be on that website. So you don't need to see this presentation in order to get everything. So these are a new SlimeVR product, and they are based on small slimes, which I just talked about. So they use their own protocol. They use a little USB dongle, but these are just kind of SlimeVR's own variation of them. So we don't know the set prices yet either. So again, check the website. But they are thin, small, and they follow the shape of your body. So they're very good for wearing on your body on any kind of position. So even if you're thin and the trackers don't sit super flat, they can actually bend and fit to the shape of your body. They are bendy, and we've made sure that the bendy bits are super durable, and hopefully it won't have any issues, but you know, be sure that we've tested it thoroughly. We have learned from our mistakes with extensions, and but it has been designed to last. That includes the case, which is injection molded. It won't be 3D printed. Some of the prototypes, I think, are 3D printed, but the final version will be injection molded. Nice, durable, pretty plastic. And so it attaches to the straps or clothing by using Velcro, and you can put it on basically wherever you want it on your body, as long as it fits, you know? and you can get Velcro there. These lighter and smaller designs also help with it not slipping as much. And there's been a lot of work done on the straps, so hopefully we'll get to see some really cool strap designs. And I'd also love to see some community strap designs. It's always cool to see how people put their trackers on. So continuing on that, the battery life of these, much like small slimes, is super long. So the battery is in a separate part from the processor. So we can fit a nice big battery in there, and it should last at least over 24 hours of continuous usage, but it can last hopefully longer than that. We'll see. Check the website for the latest information on that, and to get all the facts on butterfly slimes. But there will also be a charging dock. So people always have these mess of spaghetti chargers for charging their slimes. Well, no more. You can see the dock there. It's not final, but it is definitely so much better than cable spaghetti, and it will use USB-C. It will not be any kind of weird connector. I think these ones might have a weird connector, but the final one won't, and you'll be able to just plug them in normally. So if you really like your cable spaghetti, I guess you can do that still, because you can charge them individually and just plug in with any USB-C. Might be tasty. I don't know. Whatever floats your boat. So yeah, these are not using Wi-Fi or Bluetooth, just like the small slimes, and they will have a custom antenna, potentially manufactured by SlimeVR directly, but more information on that on the website. So hopefully, there won't be any connection issues. The range will be nice and long, so it should be about the same as Wi-Fi, maybe a bit less than Wi-Fi because some Wi-Fi is super powerful, but there shouldn't be many connection issues. And the dongle as well. A lot of people have trouble with setting Wi-Fi on their slime trackers right now, but these ones will come with a dongle that when you plug in, all your butterfly slimes will immediately be connected. So you don't need to pair them or anything, although you can pair them manually to a dongle or unpair them. But, just a nice convenience, plug and play, and you can get your stuff set up. So yeah, I'm super excited about this. It's been a whole experience with all the resources of Slime in order to get this working. And, hopefully the shipping will be a lot faster. There won't be, everything is all set up now for the official slimes as they're shipped. And these ones will hopefully be shipped out using a similar process, and are hoping to ship Q1 2026, maybe. Don't quote me on that. Check the website again. That will always have the latest information on that, which the website should open around fall or the end of summer this year. So keep an eye out there and check the Discord, check the socials, anything there. You will be able to find the latest information.
So we actually got dates for pre-orders and planned shipping dates. So pre-orders should start August 31st, and shipping date is planned to be March 2026.
Ooh.
Oh, cool. Yeah, there you go.
Very good.
That's the latest information as it is now. But definitely check the website, slimevr.dev/small. Will link you to Small Slime directly, and you'll be able to find the latest information there. And also want to mention that these trackers have a different IMU than what was in the SlimeVR v1.0 trackers. So hopefully it should be better performance, potentially less drift, but check on the website. I can't say it enough, but that's where you want to get your latest information. So let's go on to Xerox with some of the information about the Slime VR community and some of the events that happen in the Slime VR VR chat group.
All right. So yeah, I'm Xerox. I mentioned earlier. I came into this server, the Discord server, years ago, and in those days we had to DIY all our own trackers. It was kind of a mess. And one of the things that we kind of didn't really have back then were any kind of gatherings. We built all these cool trackers. People had kind of gone out into, into VR chat and checked it out, but there was no real like community at that point other than DIY users. And at that point, we kind of got together. We were like, we should do a party. And we had our first Slime VR party. It was fun, and we kind of went, we should do this again. This is really fun. And sorry. And one of the things that's come along with Slime VR is community. This is an open source community. Not only is it like, just really cool people that are coding and doing all kinds of stuff, but there's a lot of people interested in doing other projects like the Babel that we saw and other things like just open source. It's amazing. So one of the reasons we started these is also like to network. We have people that want to talk and just hang out, and kind of we're all doing the same stuff. So it really works out well to get together and, share news and what, updates and things about, slime and all that stuff. One of my big things that I like to do is I like to do events every week. I've done hundreds of them now. And we do dancing, we do tech support. I help people out with their tracking, kind of get them figure out like how to calibrate and all that stuff. It's not too hard, but sometimes it just takes somebody actually hanging out with you and showing you what to do in person, so to speak. We also do game events. There's a whole bunch of games in VR chat. Not all of them are full body, but being in full body makes some of the games a little bit more fun. You're crouching behind stuff, you're moving around, doing all kinds of neat, fun play stuff. We do concerts. I kind of have a VR band, the RG Beans, and we've done quite a number of concerts at this point, probably like 20 at this point, which is really fun because, get to stalk the stage and just be like doing the whole thing. Very fun. We've had graffiti events. These are very common events. We do this a lot because it's free real estate. We can just get out there and just spray and just, have fun, make art and do all kinds of stuff. And then we take pictures of it, and it's really fun. There's examples on my YouTube, but like, this is the thing that we like to do together, is just have fun in full body. And there's something unbelievable about having a whole group of like 15, 20, 25 people, all in full body, all doing stuff together. One of my favorite things to do is yoga. Now, in VR, it's one of those, fun activities that you can do, but in full body, it's extremely fun. You can do moves in slimes that you can't do necessarily with any other, you can do a lot of moves that you can't do with other full body tracking solutions, because of the no occlusion. So, I kind of missed it earlier. I was supposed to talk about the other full body tracking solutions such as Vives. Vives have occlusion, so some of these moves that we do during yoga, it'll just occlude out. So you're paying a lot of money for something that kind of occludes and has other issues. Camera-based tracking, same thing. Kinect. I think people here, anybody that's used Kinect, they're all just like, oh boy. I started with Kinect, used it for a week, and was just like, nah, this cannot handle. So, we get together every week. There's regular events. We just hang out, we talk, we, do these kind of things like this. And it's really fun. You can see they're a huge community. Everybody jumps in. We all have a good time. And it gives you something to do with your new full body tracking. So let me just continue on here. Buy info. Okay, so shipping, this is shipping now. It's been kind of a wild ride. If you all know that, Slime's had a tough time of getting these slimes out to everybody over the years. And I'm one of those day one pre-order people that waited for a long years, to get mine. But now things have turned around. We've got like automation. It ships out way faster. Things are like smoothed out pretty much completely. So no reason to hesitate now. These start at $185 for the lower body set. I think there's some different options that we'll have there, but it starts at a pretty low price there comparatively to other full body tracking solutions. So it's a pretty good deal. And you can add on more. So if you just decide, I need more slimes, I want arm trackers, I want foot trackers, you can add them on later and, buy some more. keep getting more slimes. That's how. Next thing we're at, well, we're at the thanks for listening. So this is the final slide. Thank you all for listening. I hope you enjoyed our little presentation. We wanted to get a lot of information out there for you all, so you know that we're just keeping busy, we're doing stuff, and join the Discord. This Discord is really hopping. If you're into tech, you're into open source, you're into people that like to explore new ideas in VR, you know, maybe you have some of your own ideas and you want to just hey, maybe you can improve this. Jump in, get in there, join the conversation. We're glad to have you. It's a very welcoming community. Ordering slime, you can order it at slimevr.dev, and the butterfly slimes, as mentioned earlier, with this link here, slimevr.dev, small. And if you want, there's the QR code here. You can grab it real quick. And by the way, I just have to say, this Bingus that Butterscotch drew is just the best. I love it so much. All right, so that concludes our presentation. Aramel, you're awesome. Butterscotch, you're awesome. I'm sometimes awesome. We do our best to help y'all out. So I think we can open it up for questions. Yeah.
Yeah, we have Q&A ready. I have a couple things that I want to answer real quick, just some quick ones. There's a couple of people asking about whether the dongles for the butterfly trackers will work with the older trackers, and I've got to say no. The new dongles are specific to the butterfly trackers and will only work with butterfly trackers and potentially DIY small slime trackers, but the original trackers all use Wi-Fi, although there is potential for a dongle to be made for them. It is not currently available. And then also quickly, the IMU that's used in the butterfly slimes, because I don't think it's said anywhere, is indeed the ICM 45686.
Yeah, and you can mix and match. Obviously, having Bluetooth, the new butterfly slimes along with regular Wi-Fi slimes, you just won't be able to mess with the dongles. But in the software, a slime tracker is a slime tracker. It's only the hardware and firmware that changes pretty much. I think we're ready for
you have any
Discord
questions
Q&A?
for us?
All right, lovely. Hello, everyone. I'm Nerdy Hydra, or Heidi. If you want to ask any questions to our Slime VR crew, there is a Discord channel called Slime VR Full Body Tracking Q&A. You can ask your questions there. I might not be able to hit every question, and it sounds like there's some technical troubleshooting I probably won't get to as well. But to start off here, I have a question from Lupus, who says, for the thigh and ankle trackers, where would you recommend to place them? In the center or closer to the knee ankle?
I can answer that one. So basically, the thigh trackers, just to start from here, we usually put them in the front and right above the knee. Ankle trackers, we usually put them on the sides, set to left and right. It helps reduce some of that mermaiding that sometimes can happen. And foot trackers, usually I recommend putting them on the tops of the feet, closer to the ankles than to the toes. And that seems to give the best foot rotation. I think that's about it.
This question is from Mushpa, who asks, since Slime is working on finger tracking, are there plans for the Feeder app to get finger tracking to the Slime VR server and use that for VTubing and mocap?
The Feeder app?
Feeder app,
yeah, so the Slime VR
the
server
Feeder app.
and such.
Yeah, so obviously everything finger tracking related, since it's not being made by Slime VR employees, it's contributors, hobbyists and such. It's all kind of up in the air for what happens, but I do plan to get finger tracking working with Steam VR eventually, or maybe someone else will beat me to it. But yeah, there's no planned date. For now, however, finger tracking still works with VMC, which is great for VTubers if you want to do that for now. But yeah, in the future, probably, but no dates for Steam VR finger tracking.
Oh, lovely. This one is asked by Yogurt, who says, why is it called slime?
Yeah, that was that was the original two, Iron and Polymoria. I mean, I guess they like slimes.
They like slimes.
Maybe they could elaborate on that, but slimes are cool. Look at our mascot; they're like super cool. Bingus is cool. I love Bingus. Don't you all
Feel
love
like
Bingus?
we need that question as like the lore. We should put it on the website.
Oh, for sure. Shybox here asks, which trackers are best supported by Slime VR? They might be looking for ones that drift less or some such.
Anything modern is pretty much okay. I mean, we have a marketplace forum that has a whole bunch of different sellers, and most of what they offer in there is, pretty decent stuff that, gives you good performance. The official slimes use the B&O 085, and that's considered, pretty good. It's well up there. It does the job. It's, serviceable. There are the newer IMUs, it could be said, because of the tinkering nature of open source and how things are always improving, the new IMUs may potentially be able to get better, but that's a process. So, as things go on and firmware updates happen, there's potential for the newer IMUs to do better than what we currently have. But that's, again, it's open source, people working on it. So, if you know what you're doing, feel welcome to join in and jump in and help us out, because it's fun.
Yeah,
If I can tail off that real quick, the documentations as well has a list of all the IMUs that are supported by Slime, and just kind of a vague community rating of each IMU. You might want to ask around in the Discord or ask other people what their opinions are on the IMUs and what kind of firmware you might need to use them the best. But that is all in the documentation. And the new slimes, as well, the V1.2 trackers, not the butterfly slimes, those will be using a different IMU than the B&O trackers. Those are also using the ICM I mentioned earlier. So that should also be on the crowd supply page. So check there for more info on that.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. This one here is by Sight, who's asking if it's possible to use Slime VR trackers in tandem with Lighthouse-based trackers.
Yeah. I even wrote a page in the official documentation about that use case. But basically, we have the feeder app, which gets the Vive tracker information from SteamVR. It's installed as you install SlimeVR normally. And then you can either... So we have a beta that's working on getting using the position of the Vive trackers, but you can also just, by default, the SlimeVR server will treat the Vive trackers as SlimeVR trackers with just rotation. But for example, you could have a Vive tracker on your hip and use SlimeVR for your legs. That is a possible use case. There's many combinations you can do, mix and matching these.
All right. This one is asked by Elise. My apologies if I butchered the name. What inspired each of you to take on this project? What experience did you start with? And what are some important lessons you've learned?
Oh boy. Yeah, I'll start. Well, I mean, it all started for me years ago when I got my headset. And then just kind of naturally, playing VR chat, you get that oh, I want to have full body. I want to have this. So originally I'd been looking into making my own solutions, eventually stumbled upon OOTrack. And so OOTrack just kind of evolved from that into Slime VR. And well, I've just been with them the whole way through, and it has been a wild ride. I've definitely learned a lot about dealing with a lot of tech support and a lot of confusion, just generally managing a crowd. When the first shipments went out, the tech support was absolutely insane. So yeah, that was certainly a learning experience for all of us, really, the entire process.
For myself, I kind of got into it because, like Butter said, you get into VR and you want to, get that full body tracking. I tried Kinect for about a week, I mentioned earlier, and then I was considering getting Vives, and I had them all in my cart, and I was ready to get them, and I was looking at the price, and I was just sticker shocking so hard. But luckily, because I'd seen a YouTube about this stuff, Mystical's video on DIY slimes, thank you, Mystical, came out, and I was like, oh my god, I have to do this. This is in my wheelhouse. I've done laptop repair. I'm kind of familiar with soldering a little bit, and I just jumped in, and it was like day one. I ordered all the stuff I could find in there. Half of it was the wrong stuff. I didn't know what I was doing. Duct tape, duct tape the slimes to your body. And I kind of got involved early enough that I got like some of the good boards, the B&O boards, and they had a chip shortage and nobody could get a hold of them. At one point, those boards were $90 each. My DIY, horrible, looked awful, like just pieced together pieces of crap. They were worth like $90 each just because of that board, because of the chip shortage. And but long story short, yeah, like just I got into it and realized the community was really fun. Aramel and Butterscotch became friends right away, and like we just kind of gelled as a group of like-minded individuals that all just wanted to have more fun, and so testing became one of my big things early on, and even to this day, beta testing and doing a lot of testing of the trackers, trying to find out how they work. You got to remember, slimes didn't come with an instruction manual. These were invented, and like we had to figure out how to use them. So like the first days of, like what Butter was saying, it's like these first days were rough. It was a lot of like trial and error, and just we managed to get through it, and now it's like the community kind of still pushes forward. Every day when I do these events, I discover new things about slime because people's bodies are different. People want to use them in different ways, and there's just a lot to it. Yeah.
Yeah, the software came a great way from what it was. So I initially just was one of the first SlimeViewer pre-orders. And I was kind of tired of waiting at some point. I was like, damn, this is taking too long. I'll just make my own, right? It should be easy. So I make my own. They're completely garbage. Probably worse than whatever Xerox made. But they work. And so then at some point I was like, damn, the software kind of sucks. So I started adding features basic features now, like having a hip tracker, which is really basic. But yeah, I started adding, contributing a bit to the code, and then I was just like, okay, let's spend a lot of time working on this. It was fun being able to start from a small project, and now it's so big. It's probably 50 times bigger than it started. It's crazy. Yeah.
All right. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have right now for Q&A here during the panel. We still have that Discord channel open. It's called Slime VR Full Body Tracking Q&A. You can continue to ask questions there, and these hosts here can absolutely go in and answer any questions that you have. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it.
Yes. Also, I'll be in the Full Body Tracking meetup.
Yeah,
if,
me too.
Anyone? Yeah.
Oh yeah, I wanted to go to that.
Yeah, and if you have any more technical questions, the Discord, it's right there.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, see ya.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ron.
Thank you.
I gotta figure out how to get my Makopi set up. Convenient and stuff.
So you can go to the full tracking thing?
Huh?
So you can go to the full body tracking thing?
Why are you so quiet? Oh, I have voices down, that's why.
Oh, that makes sense.
Oh my god, pardon me.
Excuse.
I am hungry. Don't you dare even say anything.
I just said excuse you.
How dare you?
Cal, you be good too.
I hunger. Oh, they're at 32,000! Oh my god, they're back. Oh, fuck. Stupid. Yeah, my cord. Alright. A squeakiest chair in the world. So what I'm figuring out is I don't know. Do I get? I don't fucking know.
Are you still interested in slime?
Well, I still have like I mean, I would like to get more trackers. That's the thing. I have Makopi, and then I want to be able to use it with Venian, but I'm dumb. That's the thing, is I need to get in these Discords and I need to start talking to people because I feel so fucking stupid.
Well, I would say try that Discord then.
Well, I'm already in the Project Babel Discord.
Oh, I mean,
I just need to
doesn't
get.
hurt to
I
be
think I need to get back into the slime. I think I left the slime one.
Oh.
Yeah.
Was it just like not interesting you, or you just lose interest?
No, I went through and like, I guess left a bunch of Discords that I would get like daily pings in. Because I'm one of those like weird notification Nazis where I'm like, it needs to be 0. I don't want to see anything. I fucking hate it here. Like I hate seeing like you have 25 missed messages. Like get fucked.
And then you gotta go through the whole channels of the Discord.
Well, no, if you put them in one like pocket or whatever, you can literally right click and then mark as read and it disappears. But it's just like, oh my god. Like sitting here, I would like peek at my, like right now I have 9+ missed messages because I'm in the Babel Discord. And they're like pinging like, oh hey, we're live. Oh hey, we're about to start. Oh hey, thank you for the blah blah blah. It's just like I'm also in a few other like artists. I'm in a lot of artists and avatar creator ones, and they're all doing Furality stuff, so they're pinging like, oh hey, I'm here now. Oh hey, I'm here. And like Pichu apparently is in Furality right now live streaming, so yeah.
Who?
The one who did all my cute emotes that I stopped getting like the monthly thing because I kind of am broke, but that's beside the point. Oh, yeah. I don't know. I just get FOMO really easily because I have like weird, fucked up family things, but that's beside the point. Yeah. I don't know. I want a Vive. I want the Vive face tracker. I want the Vive full body.
Okay.
Because like they're like, it's as precise as you can get, but then it has occlusions. But then you could also supplement that with Slime VR. I don't know.
Yeah. So you kind of being pulled in different directions.
Well, I really, and I hate saying this, I really want to get away from meta.
Oh,
And
no,
like,
you're fine.
clearly the Oculus 2 isn't
Is
maintaining
starting to-
itself well with higher with the higher graphics cards and stuff like that. Like this one is like fractaling a lot and it's like giving me a slight headache. Like right now it's not doing too bad, but like there's lines like happening like right here on my headset where it's just like it's starting to like, if I can move up and down, it's do you know the lines you would get, and I'm gonna sound really freaking old right now, do you know the lines you get in a VHS tape when you first would start it or pause it or rewind it?
Yeah.
That's essentially what my headset looks like constantly now. What'd you do?
You okay there, Cal?
Did you just punch him in the face?
No. He was doing the whole keeping his back legs on my thigh and then using his front legs to sit on my sticking little portable desk.
When he
his
slipped?
back leg slid forward and he Mufasa'd holding onto my portable desk, and they flopped off and they just looked at me like, thanks.
What is that emote? Hold on, what is that? Is that crying? What is that thing? But yeah, I don't know. Let me move my chat. Chat's really far away. I don't know why. Hold on, let me make chat bigger. I don't know why you're so itty bitty. Let's make you a little chunkier. There we go. gonna shove you away. Boop, boop, boop. Let's see. Can I increase the text size, font size? Let's do 20. Can I do like 30? Okay. Alright. I'll put that right there. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I have Makopi. I need to figure it out. And my issue
Yeah.
is I don't have an iPhone. So Makopi doesn't work with my phone.
Yeah.
And VR art kit or whatever for the model, the VRM model that I do have for streaming also doesn't work. So that's why I don't get the eye tracking. I don't get really good face tracking.
Yo!
Well, I guess you can see who he is now.
Welcome in,
Oh, he
Furality
plays him.
Somna. I know it's been a couple hours. I hope you all been doing well since the fitness panel. Today
Everybody
we
took
have
a nap.
ourselves a special little treat for y'all. We have some of our special guests that have taken the time out of their busy schedules, days, lives, and nap times to come through and hang out with us, chat, and answer all of your burning questions.
Is that the
So
Prodigy guy?
my friend,
Real?
compatriot,
Yeah.
and other department member over there is Nate the Moth. He's gonna be helping me out with fielding some of the questions.
Baba Booey.
And our special guests are Michelle Knotts. You might know her from Pokemon and several other things. Rihanna the Protogen.
He
One of
changed his
our
model,
resident
Oh.
content creators,
I guess it is
developers,
surprised.
and all around goober. Eddie Bosco.
It's not the colors
who,
I
If
recognize
you've been
him
playing
for.
a whole lot of Helldivers, you've probably run into him and gotten blown up by him.
True. I'm gonna try not to get us canceled.
Voices all kinds of different things from also doing things for Pokemon, as well as Has Been Hotel and Hell of a Boss.
That's the rumor.
The
He keeps
rumor
saying that.
true. And rounding us out is Lazy Cats. You might have seen a couple of their animations and just look, your voice whenever you're doing the animations, I'm just like I could just sit here and just like listen. I know it's
you know.
relaxing.
You can say that you go into a dream state.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
They're an animator,
Insomnia.
content creator, all around chill individual.
And also
And,
just to
uh,
fill in.
Oh,
That is not true. We're happy to have you. There you
Feeling
Last minute fill in.
nothing. No, Finn was already like, hey, like we should get Cats in on this. I'm like, you're right.
You know.
Let's do
I'm
it.
just a backgrounds dude.
Well, we can we'll start talking about like what y'all have been up to. Michelle, how have you been? What have you been up to? I've been enjoying things so far.
Sleeping. No, I'm just kidding.
That's a mood.
Moved. Yay! I just recently moved. I was living in Jersey and now I live in Texas now. But I haven't gotten a cowboy hat yet or boots.
It's not a requirement, but it's highly recommended.
Yeah.
Don't worry. We'll fix that. We'll fix it.
So I just moved, hanging out here, doing auditions and stuff. So yeah, I'm just tired from the move. I moved in March, so yeah, I'm trying to get settled here. It's a little crazy and chaotic, but it's going well. Thank you for
That's
having
awesome.
me here. I missed you guys.
Absolutely.
This was so much fun last year.
Michelle actually did get a chance to join us last year and was in the audience for Hollywood Squares.
Yeah.
And immediately afterwards was like, please put me into the game show next
I wanna
year.
do
I really
this."
want to do this.
And then
It's
you
not
held the show
fun.
last night.
That was
The
fun.
game show stuff is so fun though. Like
Our goal is to
job.
eventually get
Shout out
Michelle a
to
VR
Token
headset.
Arcade.
It's gonna happen eventually.
I
We're
need a
getting
VR
close,
headset.
guys.
Yeah, I'm on a desktop. I apologize. I'm sorry I don't have a
You're
VR headset
fine.
yet.
It's okay. That means
no
my
arms,
Pikachu is
no
safe right now
arms,
because you can't grab it. You physically can't grab it.
I
So.
can't
Don't
move
worry
my
about it.
arms. You hit space bar and I can jump. That's about it.
But
Oh goodness.
Real? What all have you
Yeah.
been doing? Like you have been busy.
I am a
lately.
busy boy. Yeah. So, hi, I'm Rael. I'm a content creator on YouTube, a streamer on Twitch. It's been my full-time job for 5 years now, something like that. I don't remember. Recently, actually, this year, I started my own merch company. I'm not gonna plug it here, though. Oh, so we're not advertising.
Buy the merch. Buy the merch.
But it's been honestly a crazy year so far. It started off really kind of low, but it's been going really well lately. I've been meeting a lot of cool people. I went to MomoCon a couple weekends ago, met a lot of cool people, VTubers, and honestly just been trying to branch out, do more content-wise, because I love video games. I love making people just smile, and I just love the good vibes.
I'm still so jealous that Buff Pup knew exactly who you were.
That was news to me. Buff Pup and Cottontail. I'm like, oh no.
Uh-oh.
My
Buff Pup saw me and she's like, you're a protogen. I went, oh no. Anyway,
Moscow,
yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
What?
Yes.
What all have you been doing aside from just general mania? Say you mentioned that there are some things that you can't talk about yet, but what can you?
Yeah,
talk
but there is something I can talk about, which is way more exciting. So if any of you guys are playing the new Monster Hunter, I play Werner in that. So you've probably heard me and called me a jerk multiple times. So I appreciate
I
it.
have!
Monster Hunter's been great.
I knew.
We stream it every Tuesday.
I knew it.
know- I
I
didn't
knew
know he
that voice
played
sounded
that.
familiar, and I
Yeah.
knew I couldn't hate him. You and Casey
absolutely
both.
can.
You and Casey both are like two of my favorite characters. Unbelievable.
Casey does a great job. But yeah, so the new Monster Hunter's been a lot of fun. Other than that, I've still been in the gym. I've been boxing some more, so that's always a lot of fun. I saw somebody in the chat because we have a chat in front of us. I was also at WeebCon not too long ago, so I saw someone that I met there. And if any of you were there, it was nice to meet you as well. It was a lot of fun. Sora didn't come see me though. That's fine.
Are you saying you're gearing up for the next creator clash? Is that why you're boxing?
Dude, so I made this joke. So I play D&D every Wednesday with a great group called the Unexpectables. Our DM, Monty, and I made a joke that we want to fight Matt Mercer and their partner, Marisha. And he's so down. But then Marisha actually did creator class, and she was a badass. And they're like, Bosco, you fight her. She'll kick your ass. I'm like, she probably will.
Wow.
Okay, now I actually now I really want to see this. I really want to see this now.
If they would have me, I would be super down. For me, yeah, I play D&D. I like video games. I stream and I do voiceover, so that's me.
Heck yeah.
You're living the dream.
I
Hats,
am
what all
living the dream,
have
really.
you been like cooking on? Or
Dog,
just
this is going to
general
sound really
hangout?
underwhelming compared to everyone else that came before me, but I've just been working, right? Just been working on like animations for
Understandable.
indie games, for the motion beats, just working behind the monitor, and that's it, right? Chugging away.
Look, working on indie
Understandable.
stuff is an absolute like blast and a half.
I suppose it is, yeah. But if anyone did want to see anything that I have worked on at all, I think on IGN still, right? There's like a trailer out for a game called Hunger, which is an extraction-based shooter in like the I forget how you say it,
Neolithic?
but Neopolitan, Neapolitan, no. Napoleonic. There it is.
Okay, I was going to say
Napoleonic era.
the Neapolitan era. Ah, yes.
The
Chocolate was
Neapolitan
my
era,
favorite
yeah.
era.
It's very
the
sweet.
French.
But yeah, I've been working on stuff like that. I would like
I
to
have
get
no idea
back
what
to
that
making
little
more
rabbit is
YouTube
doing.
animations. Had
Yeah,
I the
I don't know
time
where
to do it
they
all.
came from.
Right. I'll eventually get back to it. I'll have
And
some more
on-
fun.
Look, you've been. I'm actually jealous about like working on some of the indie scene. Like a lot of it especially the last 2 years, has just really been popping off. One
Oh,
of our
yeah.
friends that I was talking to last night, like has a company that like actually finds voice talent for indie projects, which is incredibly exciting.
I love indie
Well, I'm all
projects.
for
They're
it,
fun.
right? Downfall of AAA.
Every time, every time I think you would indie never get a game project, like Friends versus Friends that way.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Every time I think
being a part
indie
of that team
project,
would've
though,
been
it brings me
cool.
back to Ghost Stories.
Ghost stories. Wow.
Wow, that's a callback.
The absolute infamy of that show will never.
It's a product
It's
of its
nothing quite like it.
time.
Although, if I might, Samurai Pizza Cats was on the same level and was incredible.
Yeah.
And had nothing
Yeah.
to do with the original
Samurai
show
Pizza
was about, but was amazing. So shout out to the Pizza Cats. Andrew, what is this panel about again?
You said Samurai Pizza Cats, and like I immediately like my brain went to the animation you did about like, oh yeah, like people were asking me what I look like after using the Tesla cannon. Well, here it is. It's just floofed.
Wow.
God.
It really was just a joke. It's really unfortunate though that that thing that I spent maybe like a day on, right, outdid
I
the
might go
original
eat.
animation that took a week.
I hunger.
Oh.
I haven't eaten anything
you're
today
good.
That
yet.
is
Yeah.
always how it goes.
stuff
Like
happens.
Okay.
some of the funniest stuff that
What are you gonna
I
have?
like me and my editor ever managed to
Chicken
put out.
sandwich.
Like there's this stuff that we work really hard
Oh.
on. It's like
You
cool,
mean
you know,
4 chicken nuggets
a
on
handful
a
of
sandwich
views, and
on
then like
bread?
the
No, it's
one
like a
where
chicken
I'm
wrap.
simping for Twink Bowser, and all of a sudden it's like, all right,
upgrade.
I guess this is my life now.
wants
You-
to become viral. That dude.
You hit a specific neuron with the internet, and it decided, yes, this is what you will be known for. This is your legacy.
You know what? There's worse things that I could have used as my legacy.
That fair,
Absolutely.
very
None
fair.
of which we can get into, but yes.
Yep.
Well, usually like whenever we do like some of the Q&A stuff, we always run short, so we'll go ahead and just jump into it because
Okay.
there's gotta be like, there's so many people with just burning questions. They just want to know. They want to pick your brain.
Yes, so
Nate,
definitely
I
make
would-
sure that you put your questions in the Discord chat. We have a couple of that we've already prepared, but we are waiting for you guys to flood the chat with your burning questions for all 4 of our guests. And we're gonna do some rapid fire questions until you guys can fill that up, and then we'll start picking some of yours. You guys ready?
Rapid fire.
I'm good.
All right.
No pressure.
Going down the list from Michelle all the way down to Lasergets. Our first question is, if your persona or avatar or one of the characters that you voiced was dropped into the Pokemon universe, what kind of Pokemon or Pokemon trainer would they be?
Water. I'm a Scorpio. Water type. I mean, my favorite is Piplup. So.
Fair.
Yeah. Water type.
Hey, there we go.
What a tribe.
I'm Scorpio, which is a water sign. Scorpio is a water sign, and I love the beach. So.
Rael, how about you?
Oh goodness, I'd have to be some like electric steel type, like almost Metaton in nature. Metaton, that's from Undertale. Magnemite, whatever his name is.
Magnemite is better.
I'd probably be that. I'd probably be that kind of type of Pokemon. I don't know what sound I would make, but it would probably be bad.
Could see you being like an
Pokemon.
unknown researcher type of Pokemon trainer.
Yeah.
Researching the unknown.
Your call out is just
Pokemon
TV
trainer.
static.
Exactly. I'd be
what
self-aware
about
of
you?
everything.
I feel like I'd be a fighting type because I'm ready to throw hands with everybody.
He must be a. He wants to fight Matt Mercer in Marisha.
Exactly.
No, you strike me. You literally
He's
strike
like
me
the
as the
most
kind of
lovable guy, and I'm like, everybody hates me. Like, it would be perfect.
Living the life of an 80s rock star. No, I'm just kidding.
Hair metal.
Oh man, I was
There
a
you
theater
go.
major. I was a theater major in college, and I wanted to be on Broadway, and I wanted to be a star, and it didn't really pan out that way. I'm giving a short answer so everybody else can answer.
Okay, I might reconnect.
It's
I'll be
really
right
hard.
back.
It's
It's gonna be a
really,
little
really
janky. We'll see how
difficult to try and become one of those stars. Even to just get in an ensemble cast on Broadway, it's very, very hard.
Yeah.
Because I grew up in Jersey, worked in New York most of my life.
It's a
So
cutthroat industry.
It's really
Okay.
difficult. You go in, you're in there at like 5 in the morning, you get a number, and if your number isn't called, then you have to come the next day. And I'm like, I have to pay rent. How am I supposed to do this if I don't even get?
Yeah.
Because you do like a monologue or a song or something like that, and if your number isn't called, then you just have to keep going until like they call your number. And I'm like, I can't keep doing this. I worked in news for a little bit. I worked at MSNBC, and I hated it.
Mhm.
It wasn't for me. It sucked. It was too depressing because it was too real. So I got out of that,
Fair.
and that was kind of like my transition into voiceover because I'm like, this is better.
That's fair.
Alright, what I
That's why I
missed?
cosplay as Jimmy Neutron's pet dog
Nothing
Goddard for a
really.
living. It's better than real life.
Real, I'm gonna be completely serious with you. Like my brain stopped the moment you said Jimmy Neutron, and I was like, oh man, like, how would you look with the hair?
Did you want to go explore?
Mm.
God.
Jimmy's mom has gotta get. Oh, okay.
Jimmy's
I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry.
No. That's so cool. That's really cool.
But
Oh, let's go.
Oh, okay.
I can show you the lobby.
When I was in high school, I didn't know what I wanted to be when I grew up. I knew I wanted to do something with entertainment. I actually did a job fair at a video game company in Great Falls, Montana, in little indie company because I thought I was going to make video games. But that never ended up working out. I moved back in with my parents. Didn't really have a direction. And I discovered Markiplier and Jacksepticeye on YouTube. Growing up, I wasn't allowed to watch YouTube.
Whew. A little shaky, but we'll live. Alright, I'm scrolling back up. We also do have the last little bit of the one thing to explore, the dealer's den. Oh my god, I don't know if it was because I had spicy like buffalo chicken mac and cheese. It was like my throat is on fire. Okay, where are you? Oh, that's right. He has to do the whole entering thing. I forgot about that. Okay, let me move you guys over here. Not that far over. What the hell am I doing here? Come here. Come here. Alright, now where is my camera? Of course, it's pointed at the ground. It's fine. Hi. Okay. Focus. Semi-auto.
Huh. Okay. Hey.
Hi.
That was an interesting intro to this place.
I was gonna say I don't think you got to watch me do it the other
No,
day.
I think I missed it, I think.
Boo. All right.
Oh, there I go. Am I too tall? What the heck?
I'm short.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. This is really nice.
Mm-hmm. Ugh. on, I gotta fix my headset. There we go.
All good?
Yeah. Oh, I forgot to show you guys this.
I like the fountain.
Yeah, I think it's really pretty. Um. Are you ready?
Yeah, go ahead. I'll just okay. Oh, okay.
There's like an elevator down to go look at the art. Oh. Oh. Are you gonna follow me now? It is, okay. Yeah, but we got a whole bunch of art here.
Okay. Oh my god. Some pretty good ones so far.
Another dearie.
Oh, I see it.
Oh, hey, it's the render from the one person.
Oh. The bathtub.
Ooh.
The cow?
Yeah.
Oh, there's your shark. Oh, that's a nice one.
Oh, that was cute.
Yeah, I would say so.
I like the little Sandman one too. I've noticed there's a lot more tours.
Yeah. I have noticed that a little bit.
Alright, and I think this was the first few. Yeah. What does that say? Dungeons and Dragons for Dummies? Yeah, so then you do...
Then jump.
Somebody with applications for VA stuff and just have a demo reel. Like, shoot your shot. Like the only times that you ever miss is if you don't try.
And if you go down,
For who I am than love for who I'm not. Period. End of story.
there's like a thing over here.
No, I have a face for radio. It's great.
No, you have a face for VR.
This is what we're hearing.
We probably
this shows off more of the
maybe
food
like
too.
A quick, yeah, we got a quick speed round. A quick shot.
Speed round.
A quick
Make it
and
good.
What the heck was that?
Make it good.
That was gum.
You know what?
Okay.
You know,
You chew gum for way longer than I can
this
put
will be
up
more
with it.
like convention centric. How y'all enjoying it? Like, how have y'all been like enjoying Somna so far?
I've been really enjoying it. I really love the stylization. I've always loved the stylization of Furality, but I've been coming to Furality since Furality 2000, and I haven't missed a year since. This, I think, is the best representation of what Furality can be. Like, hands down, no holds barred, this has been really good.
You guys are so creative.
Last year was my first one, and it was a crazy setting, but I forget if it was you or if we just went with you. We got to see all the old Furality worlds. So even though I've never like participated in them, I got to see the layouts of all that stuff. It has been incredible, and this is probably one of my favorite themes. The whole like dreamscape thing. It's really cool.
Oh my
I
God,
saw
my
that there's
thing
like a
keeps getting
language
stuck in
that
my
you can
sweatshirt.
decipher and look up stuff that's on the walls, which is really cool.
Thanks
Like,
whoever did that, by the way, because now I'm gonna have to decipher it all.
creative. Yeah.
Yeah, Riel has homework after this panel.
Also, let me see if I can do this.
With a deep dive.
There's a way to do
You
it.
guys are super creative. I was here last year. That was my first year, and I got to do Hollywood Squares this year last night, which was so much fun. Because I contacted them after we talked to Sora, and I'm like, please can I do Hollywood Squares next year?
Okay, this might end horribly, but I want to see if.
So beautiful. You guys are just so creative and talented.
Yep. Oh, I fell. Boom. How far did you fall? I just want to get to the puddle of pillows, honestly.
Right? Yeah, but this is the next best thing, right?
No, instead spend $1,000 on a headset and then join the community.
$100 on the tickets.
Well, you know.
Yeah.
Semantics.
But welcome to the wild world of Furality and the goofiness that goes into it.
Yeah,
And
as well, there are quite a few animal people walking around, though. I thought that was
Hey.
Hey.
I got it. Wait. I'll take that.
Nope. Just come down here. I feel like we don't need to do parkour. Boop. Yay. Okay.
I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of books.
There's like a little shrine for this one.
That's cute.
There feels to be like more photo ops here.
Yeah, I can tell. Yeah, I'd say this is probably the best one.
Yeah.
Or at least better than last year's.
I think it's a soothing environment for VR more so than a hot ass desert.
Oh, this room's kind of cool.
Yeah. You want to go look at the event space, or not the event space, the meet and greet space?
Sure. And I haven't seen it yet, so.
Okay. Let's go see if we can meet some people.
Well, you seem to be having luck with that one.
I'm gonna just follow you, so yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Hello, hello.
It might be over, Fox.
Okay.
Get that Hydra class.
You should change into your one Narda that you have. Or your
Oh,
Nova.
Though, I also haven't seen too many otters at this con.
Oh no.
I can get to it.
Oh no. Oh my god, that one has a big butt.
Stop staring at butts.
It was a giant butt. It was a giant butt.
The butt.
Big butt. Go mingle. Oh wow.
Mingle. It's like a giant chessboard all mixed up or something.
Yeah, you can actually jump. I was hanging out on that bishop. Knight? Knight, not a bishop. The bishop's floating. Castle.
We're talking about the rook.
Yeah, where's the one? They're floating in the background. I'm dumb.
The knight's over there.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna say it was. Never mind. Never mind.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, go.
Okay.
Oh yeah, wait a minute. Let's grab your tail.
I didn't quite get home till about 3:30.
I'll be in full body probably like maybe in 30 minutes.
Okay, we have a break.
Yeah,
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll show you around, I guess.
I'm sorry.
So you got this stuff over here.
What is this? Like shooting some ladders?
Yeah, it's like chutes and ladders built into the floor.
Oh. Pretty cool. I like that. Yeah, this is your type of spot. You got all these books. Oh, we're going up. Oh.
I don't know how to get down.
Stuck?
No, I'm just vibing.
Oh. Oh, went up. Okay.
You can kind of directionally like go down. Okay, let's go mean girl.
Okay.
Yes, it is a deer boy. He's actually alive.
Yay.
His booty may have deflated, but he's gone. Boop. Hi.
Get stuck. Hi, Cloud Dragon. Got so many things loading.
Well, at least we figured out that you can actually fly here.
Well, yeah, on certain platforms, I assume.
Yeah, no, it took me a hot second in the lobby to figure out what the blue particles were doing. I was like, what is this? Oh no, yeah, you can float. See.
See what?
The protogem with that big.
Oh, he's got a giant balloon too.
You have to actually show the Abby then.
What?
Just unhiding Abby's at this point.
Huh?
I said I'm just unhiding Abby's at this point.
I'm surprised nobody's in here barely.
The few that I went to, there were people like laying down in here and just chilling. But everyone usually just like hangs
Yeah.
out by the steps.
I guess it makes sense.
Yeah. Hope your ears in my camera, will. There's another section over here.
Steppies. I hope they release this to the public after it's over.
I hope so. This place is really, really cool.
Very vibey. Much better. Yeah. Oops, sorry, Cal. I fell. I thought I missed. Oop.
My wrist popped. I don't know if you heard that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Made you sneeze. Made you sneeze.
It doesn't show it on my end.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh. Sucks. Heck.
I'm just checking the schedule.
No, go ahead. I assume.
I love you, Nova Beast.
Oh, thank you.
It's awesome. I don't see yours yet, so that's fine. Somebody's ripping out there. What's happening? Okay, I'm done lagging. Damn. Holy shit. It's about to explode. Much like the person I was at ripping up there, I don't know what happened for them. With them.
Oh, shoot, Cal, do you need to get out?
There you go, buddy.
Ah. Oh. Oh. So what's next on the agenda?
Scrabble.
Scrabble.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that'd be interesting. I don't know how that's gonna work.
I have no idea.
Oh.
I see someone with a plumb bob on their head. The teeny peeper.
The what?
There's a teeny Naruto. Or
Oh, the,
Nova. Something. Itty bitty.
Oh, the one over there?
Yeah.
Oh.
Trying to think if there's anywhere else we haven't seen for you. There's like this little spot.
Nice tuck away here.
Mm-hmm. But go be social, talk to your people.
People.
Yeah, your people. You're the one in an inflatable Nardo. With a thing.
You technically have a you have that one tiger's inflatable still, don't you?
What? Yeah.
What are you doing down there?
Nothing. I'm not trying to deflate you. Not at all. Just trying to pop this little thing.
That is a crime right there, doing that.
Is it murder if I just fill you right back up?
The deflatable fingers have struck again.
Stab.
Deflatable serial killer. He came out of nowhere.
Came out of nowhere with his sharp ass claws and stabbed me in the butt.
Came out of nowhere with an air compressor in hand.
Oh my god.
She overinflated and it popped. Careful the air compressor.
Beware of the air compressor.
Beware of the air compressor.
Yeah. You'll enjoy it for 15 minutes, but then it gets a little too tight. And then things expand. And then they go.
True.
Can I make up?
Or you might float. Or you might just.
Depends on what I fill you with.
Ah, yeah.
Heave, 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 heave. Look at him.
What? Which one?
The giant ass Abby that just showed up. Oh, okay, never mind.
No.
No.
Oh, the pig.
Not my kind of inflation.
Oh.
Did you click on his profile?
No, I did not.
You should. Next time he rolls past, just
I'm trying to. Oh, okay. Oh, I see it. Never
not my
mind.
kind of thing. Not my kind of thing. No, no. So the Scrabble starts at 4.
Or?
Yeah. We have a while.
Okay. I'm gonna take my pill.
At what time?
3 minutes.
3 minutes.
In 3 minutes, I do. I have to take it at 3:30.
It's only 22.
Oh, well, then their time clock on here is wrong. For me.
Mine says 3:22.
Does mine say 3:27?
I don't know. I have like 4 clocks in front of me. One says 22, one other says 22. My phone says 23. My headset says 23. Now it says 23, 23. I'm thinking my 6 different clocks are better than yours.
You want me to buy you a whole wall of clocks and just do world clocks?
No. Also, I can't set the alarm clock time anymore. I don't know what settings have been defunct or something.
I'll look.
Yeah.
I'll look when my headset dies. Well, it's not dead yet. I'm just saying when it gets there. Oops. Oh wow, the Trojan just switched.
To chunk?
Big chunk. What other meetups are there?
Right now it's this one
Inflatables.
and then Latin/Hispanic meetup.
Oh. Well, you speak Spanish.
I am not Latin or Hispanic though. I may speak un poco español, pero es blanco. Yo soy gringo. And then there's a Nova Beast happening at the same time as Scrabble. And then after that, there's a Furality team meet and greet, and then an Otter meetup. But I'll probably take another break and do some stretches and let my headset rest.
Yeah.
That's from 5 to 6, and then after that, there's the Wildcat meet and greet. And then the showcase.
Wildcat.
Tiger. Wildcats, tigers, lions.
Oh, I don't know
jaguar.
why I don't know why I blank so much on
Cats
that.
that do not live in house.
You could live in a house. You live in a house right now. Apartment right now.
Ducketh, are you home?
Yeah.
There is
I
a
heard him.
serval avatar that I found that I think you would fucking love, by the way. I'll have to go and figure out what booth it is. I marked it down, but it looks adorable.
Yeah.
Why sad?
I am.
No, Ducky. Why Saj? What happened? Tired? Go take your douchey and snuggle. Why?
What?
Not you.
What? What did I do?
Nothing. Not. I said not you. Oh, the little dude just fell. I'm shocked there's not a micro meetup.
Yeah, well, I mean, there'd be a lot of giant and
Yeah, but they could
obviously
stand
small.
down there.
True.
The dragon dude turned into an ant. Oh, Jesus. Why
Sneezed
blocking
again.
camera? Why do the
Where?
things?
Oh,
You are.
oh, I sorry. I keep forgetting it's right there.
It's an ant with a big butt.
You said you found it. You had a friend that does what was it that you sent texted me at what time? Something about you made a friend that does God, my phone's right here. Sorry.
The sign language?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, right before I got off, I
Oh, okay.
made a friend.
Did they only do sign language, or they just kind of were
Yeah, they were
trying to
deaf.
learn it too? Oh, okay.
Yeah. So they were typing.
Oh, okay.
And they were my two 50th follower.
Oh, nice.
Oh, my headset's getting kind of wonky.
Yeah.
Do you want to go to the last bit of the dealer's den?
Oh, yeah. I never even got to finish that. I assume you already finished that.
No, I haven't yet.
No? Oh, okay. I don't hear you. Oh, okay. You were looking at me, or is he? Or oh, okay, never mind. Ah.
Yeah, my headset doesn't like it here. There's too many people. Okay.
Okay. Okie dokie.
Oh, you know what?
What?
Okay, we're gonna show you this.
Tell me what?
I may have to come back. My headset is literally freaking out.
Okay.
Hello. Is that just a dead monster hunter? What are we looking at?
I don't. I don't. I don't know. I guess he failed the quest.
He's working on it.
Well, I mean, it's a Rathalos, so I'm not surprised.
Oh, he's even got the little pendant. I love it. I love it.
I do like that they have different selections.
Yeah, I'm doing. Well, let's see how bad I break.
To the end, boy.
Jesus.
But if you go down here,
Yeah, I go now. I think I missed.
I did.
There they go. Woo! Anything?
No, I think she's got the follower, so I don't think she's got trails or anything.
It is your duty to learn
Oh.
how to enjoy yourself.
Well, I think my glove is muted right now, so you have to bear with me.
I'll shield the camera.
It is your duty to learn how to
150%
enjoy
sure
yourself.
my glove is snood up. Oh, she's good.
Oh, that's right. You left. Yeah, you left it like that. I remember.
No, I was taking pictures of her with tentacle on.
Oh.
So many stars.
Oh, hold on. I gotta quickly take a poll. Oh, hey, my second camera fixed itself now. It's not weirded out now.
have audio link? I swear to God it does.
So what does audio link mean?
When it hears music, it intensifies the glow of your emissions.
Oh, I never understood what that meant. Oh, that one.
This isn't perfect anymore. Why can't you let me go?
We never went to the one last year. Did we? No.
I got the payment for Scrabble. Oh, you guys didn't see my channel.
Wait, what?
I made the sheep, and I like the sheep, but I get so envious of people who immediately are like, bang, this is my Sona. And it's like, so it's just like, boom, and they get
Well, you
great
see a
art,
lot
and
of
it's just like
varying
super easy like
degrees
that.
of like established identity in the fandom, right? I have a lot of friends like you who like either don't have a Sona or only just barely have a Sona, as in they have like just an idea of them with no art, you know, or like or maybe just a few pieces of art or whatever, and it's like, I don't know, like they're all valid. It shouldn't affect your enjoyment of the fandom. You know how like established and well known your Sona is. I've heard a lot of people say that like the fandom can turn into a popularity contest. And like I guess that's true to a sense.
Yeah.
But it depends on like what you're trying to get out of the fandom, you know.
Well, it's interesting because like anthropomorphizing and making your Sona look like aesthetically attractive, which is pretty common. Like unless there are some people who really revel in like being like really like punky, especially like rat and possum Sonas. They're less interested in like looking super like
hyenas,
like super perfect and stuff like that. They kind of like that stuff, but it's kind of when you have a community where like having a really pretty Sona is sort of obviously a thing that people like to do, I can understand why it can become more like a who has the most like attractive Sona rather than what is an authentic expression of yourself, I guess.
Right.
It's
Well, like I said, it's
interesting,
about what you want to get out of the fandom, you know, and like what makes you happy. Because some people do that, is they make their Sona as well known as they can. They make whole social media accounts for their Sona, and they get tons of art commissioned, and that and they become. I'm gonna gag saying this, but a poppy fur after a long enough time doing it, and like I don't think that like people should hate on those people as much as they do when they hear that term, because in my mind they're getting what they want out of the fandom and making themselves happy.
Yeah.
And just because you don't want to do that doesn't mean you need to hate on somebody else for doing that, you know? Just because somebody likes to be popular and like to have their Sona out there for people to see and to like, show it off, and they become, popular as a result of that, I don't think there's a reason to hate on somebody, I think it's totally fine. It just depends on what you want to get out of the fandom.
Something that we do need to hate on is the amount of time we have left. We only have 5 minutes.
Oh goodness.
Twitch chat. Do you have any questions for us? You have us. You've captured us in this dream realm, and we're here. Yeah. If you have any questions to any of us, Pineapple Hobby, Donuts, this is a pretty good time to do it. We'll be wrapping up really shortly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or we're gonna keep talking.
Opening the floor up to you guys. So if you have any questions for me about my tail, then just let me know. I'm more than happy to answer.
So many mysteries about your tail.
Yeah.
I realize I'm not. I just saw myself on the screen. I need to move over to where I'm supposed to be. Oh no, the thing's gone. That's fine.
Yeah.
Whenever the name cards pop up, I always think that we're like in the middle of an RPG battle because they look like Final Fantasy like UI.
I've consistently not been in the right place for my name card, like at all.
But now you're so far away.
We have some questions.
Cool.
Why big tail be big?
Because I never skip tail day, obviously, and I eat my veggies.
That's so true.
And my friends.
Eat your veggies. There you go.
Oh, Game Penguin 21 says, I want to now participate and/or catch in this podcast. Where can I find you all? Bark Official on Twitch, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Bark Official on Twitch. We're also on YouTube and Spotify. If you just search up Barkcast, you should find it, hopefully. If not, that's a problem, but it should be there. It shouldn't run away. But yeah, we have 12 episodes out right now. So if you like this is kind of like a taste for how it is. But you'll watch the actual real episodes because they're.
Is that snake one?
Okay. There you go. Can we meet Finn? Finn is. You can meet Finn. You'll have to find him though. Nobody knows where Finn is really.
Finn is
Finn. The whim of Finn is unknown. But Finn tends to be around. Yeah, Finn is like the wind. But if you're at Furality, which I hope you are, then you'll be able to catch him. If you have a little bit of luck. Okay, you talked about Quest Pro. Are you hoping for a new generation of immersive quests, even if it costs more? Yeah, even if it's really expensive, if there's a technological advancement that comes with the headset, then I'm all for it. Like if it's a really good headset that has really compelling features and it's light, then the price, like one of the things we can more or less hopefully guarantee with VR technology is that it will over time become cheaper and lighter. So Even if
Hopefully.
it starts really expensive, but it's really cool, then hopefully the price will come down and then
It's just I'm
it's just
talking.
easier to enjoy. Oh, there's so many questions. Any future plans for Bark? Oh, I'm not sure. I don't
we didn't
want
really
to
talk
be the
about
one
Bark
to
today,
answer
did
that.
we?
We
Yeah, no,
may always mention it on the podcast sometimes, but there was a lot of future plans for Bark. Not a lot we can really talk about, but they're really cool. They're really cool. Being behind the scenes, I'm like,
we have features. We have features.
yeah, I'm like, dude, the people are gonna love this one. So,
Okay. What are your favorite Bionicle character thing? Because you all got stuck on what I think it said. Lewa, the Green Bionicle.
Yeah.
Let's see. Did any of you have your Sona's design change over time till you settled on one? Well, that's not a question for me. That's a question for you two.
I mean, at least for me, I used to be a wolf, and then I changed into the Komodo dragon, changed my color palette completely, and then moved it into the goat because I felt like it fit myself better. And so, like, now this is how I am, and I feel like I'm gonna stay like this for quite a long time. I don't see any future plans of changing.
Razor says, is this podcast going to be uploaded through your own channels? Probably not going to be on the Bark channel. I'm sure, like, I think it's...
We'll see.
There won't be a problem together. But it will for sure be on Furality channels. We upload all Furality events. We put them on YouTube. It might take a while, because there's a bunch of stuff we have to do after the con. After Furality Somna ends, all staff just, like, take a big breath and go, like, okay,
yeah,
we're gonna rest for a bit, and then after that we'll get to things like uploading VODs and all that. But this is being recorded. You will be able to check it out, and we'll see if it can get on the Bark channel as well. That'll be nice.
Yeah, and I saw somebody say, what is the longest last session we had on the podcast? Is it the Reef episode, Reef Rough? We talked about if you wash your hands after you piss or not. We were dying for like 10 minutes straight.
That's
I
insane.
definitely recommend you go watch that episode.
Reef still goes off about that on their own stream, by the way. Like, I think every stream they talk about it.
It's like his bit, yeah.
I saw somebody also say, what is my my model's name, and they were like, your lizard is so cute. Thank you. I wish I could say that I had any like creative input here. I just really love this avatar. This is the Durgan from MIDI, Dergon by MIDI, Middeh, I think.
Yes, Middeh.
Yeah, I think that's it. We're done.
Great avatar.
Yeah. Thank you so much for coming to the podcast, everyone.
Yeah.
If you're in Furality right now, then have a great time. We have the closing ceremonies coming up in the day. We have the community showcase. This weekend is when it's really ramping up. So thank you, everybody. I think we're done.
Yeah,
I think so.
Really
Thank you so much for having me. This is great.
Yeah,
of course. Thank you.
Go follow Donuts everywhere. Go follow him. Go.
Check out Bark the app. Download Bark.
Podcast, please.
Also.
Ooh boy.
What? Comfy on your little cushion thing.
Stretching the back. Okay. Oh, so eepy.
You need to sleep for a little bit?
Maybe I'm just gonna go sleep in VR in the lobby. Feels fitting, right?
Yeah.
VR sleep stream.
Oh, apparently the Nova base there. Oh, that's right. You said that was a meetup already.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that should be going on. Yeah, that's starting right now because Scrabble should be starting. And then we have a break for like an hour to go do something, and then I have a Wildcat meet and greet, which means I'm gonna put on my OG Abby. And then we got the showcase.
Showcase?
The like 2.5 or 2 hour long video that they put together. That's like the community presents, and it's all those videos and stuff. Yeah. What, Max? What is that? I'm like trying to look at it, like blown up. What is that?
One of these 4 contestants will soon have a chance to play the bonus sprint and win $100 for the Center Orlando. Today on Scrabble. A 9-letter word. The clue is they're always tongue-tied. Aardvarks. It's the crossword game you've played all your life, but never quite like this. And now, here's the host of Scrabble, Rubik Conte.
Thank you, Tokens! Welcome to Scrabble, everyone. My name is Rubik Conte. I'm your host for this wondrous, loving recreation of the classic 80s game show done here in VR chat by Domafox. We're here to win some money for the Furality Somna charity, the Center Orlando. More on them in a little bit. This is the third and last of the 3 game shows the game chauffeurs are bringing you for Furality Somna. We've had Street Smarts, we've had Hollywood Squares, and now we're here for our wonderful word game that I hope you watching will be able to play along with, and I hope you'll be able to match the donations that we are building up here for the Center Orlando. But we have 4 players who are here to play. So, Tokens, why don't we meet the first 2 of them?
He's a Furality accessibility engineer, and she's an accountant. From Texas, meet Silver Eagle. And from North Carolina, meet Temu.
Silver, Timu, welcome to the show. We're glad you're here. So, Silver, you are an accessibility engineer for Furality. Tell us a little bit about what that entails.
Well, what that means is that I work with the Furality team to make sure that all of our websites and portals and other things are accessible to everyone regardless of ability.
Excellent. Are you ready to play?
I'm excited. Let's do it.
All right. And Timu, an accountant. What's your favorite part of your job as an accountant?
Oh, gosh. The part where I get to go home because the day is over. No, as you might imagine, doing taxes is not the most thrilling job in the world, which is why I'm glad to have a chance to spend this time with you guys.
Well, I can say as someone who doesn't do their own taxes, we are all very thankful for the job that you do, especially around the beginning of April every year. All right. And I should mention, this is going to be a game that pits Furality staff members against Game Chauffeurs members, and since I'm both a Game Chauffeurs organizer and a Furality staff member, we thought I'd be a good neutral party to host this game. So, let's spin that cube, get the door open, and we'll get our first word ready here. Now, players, you see tiles in front of you. As we play each word, you're going to draw some of those tiles and get letters, to which you can put up on the board. When you think you know what the word is, hit the buzzer in front of you and solve it. But be careful. Some of those letters you're going to be drawing are stoppers that are not in the word. They can pass control over to your opponent. The first 1 to 3 words will go on to the Scrabble Sprint. More on that in a little bit. Let's see about your first word today. Your first word, as we play for some money, is a 9-letter word. We're building off the R in the center of that word, and your clue is duck, duck, goose. Duck, duck, goose. Now you see the blue tiles there on each end of the word.
Duck, duck, great.
You place a letter in one of those bonus tiles, and you immediately solve the word. That's good for $5 for the Center Orlando. So,
Children.
Silver, you won the coin toss backstage. Draw some tiles and get us started.
All right, well, since it's the first play of the day here, let's get started with number 1, please.
A T?
All right, and let's go with number 5, please.
And and a W. TW. Which one are you feeling?
Oh, I think I know what it is. Let's place the W, please.
Placing the W. All right, blue square, $5 for the Center Orlando if you can solve it right now. Duck, duck, goose.
Waterfowl.
Is it waterfowl? Yes! A one-letter solve! And, audience, join me in counting and throwing some cash for the Center Orlando! $1! $2! $3! $4! $5!
I don't get
And
it.
my avatar jumping all over
What?
because I was on the edge of the podium, but it's funny, so we're gonna leave it in.
Yeah.
So silver is ahead, 1-0, but Timu, you can catch up right now because you control the second word. Let's find out about that second word. Our second word is an 8-letter word. We are building off of the O in waterfowl. And your clue is, it'll help you slip it in. It'll help you slip it in.
I did not think of a good,
I should mention
appropriate
that
word
pink
for that.
space up there. If you land a letter in that pink space and you immediately solve it, that's worth $10 for the Center Orlando. So, go ahead and draw some tiles, Timu. You're in control.
Okay. Well, I'll start with lucky number 7.
That'll give you an O.
And let's try tile 9.
And an I. Oi! What you gonna do?
Oi. Let's try dropping that O.
Right into the pink space. $10 if you can solve it now. It'll help you slip it in.
Help you slip it in. I'm afraid I've got no idea on this one. I'm gonna have to pass on guessing and go ahead and try to drop that I.
All right, dropping the I. Oh, first stopper, unfortunate. Controls over to silver. You can have a guess or draw 2 tiles.
Well, let's draw some tiles here, right? What a clue, huh? Let's see. Let's do number 3.
I did know I was
please.
writing this for a furry convention. So we've got an S.
And number 4.
And an H.
Oh.
What you gonna
Oshkosh
do?
Badash.
Let's see. Let's place the S, please.
First letter. It'll help you slip it in.
That hint is giving me nothing.
Let's place the H, please.
What?
Yeah.
First part of that word. It'll help you slip it in.
I don't know. I don't know it yet. I have ideas, but I'm not sure yet. Let's draw some more tiles here.
More tiles it'll be.
Let's see. Number 8, please.
An N.
Number 10, please.
And an E.
Oh, okay. Let's place the N.
Last letter. It'll help you slip it in.
I don't know. I can't think of anything.
Place the E.
Good chunk of that word. It'll help you slip it in.
Shoehorn.
Is it shoehorn? Yeah.
Never in a million years.
All right, so Silver, you
Never in a
take
million years.
2-0 lead. Timu, you need this one to stay in the game, but again, you're going to have control to start out with. Let's see our third word. Our third word is 7 letters long, and your clue is... Oh, sorry. We are building off the E in shoehorn. That's kind of important. And your clue is an energetic subject. An energetic subject.
Interesting.
You're in control.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna draw a couple tiles here. Let's 7 worked out for me last time. Well, the first letter at least. So we'll drop that again.
gives you a D.
And tile 8.
And an N.
Energetic subject. Let's try that N.
They're in the third slot, an energetic subject.
Energetic subject. Nah, I'm still not sure. Let's try the D.
Oh, another stopper. Control over to silver. An energetic subject.
Oh,
this
half the
could
fun
be
in
the
this
match.
is trying to think of what the pun is. Let's see. Okay, so let's draw some tiles here. Let's do number 6, please.
An I.
Okay. And number 1, please.
K.
Okay. Let's see.
No IK.
Let's place. Yeah, IK. Let's place the K, please.
First letter, an energetic subject.
All right, let's place the I, please.
Big bonus square, $10 for the Center Orlando, an energetic subject. For the game.
Kinetic.
Is it kinetic? Yes! And we know what that means. Count it out with me, audience, for the Center Orlando. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, $10 for the Center Orlando Silver. Come on out here with me.
I don't get this game. I don't
Tamu,
get
it
it.
just wasn't
My
your
brain
role
doesn't
today.
like
I'm
this.
sorry. I hope you had
Was it
fun.
an actual TV show?
Yep. Thank you, Rubicante.
Not that I'm
All right.
fucking aware.
And of course, it's all for the charity. We've got that pot up to $15. In a second, Silver here is going to go for the Scrabble Sprint. We'll see you right back. Don't go away.
I know the board game and I am loused as fuck.
Yeah.
Nobody has the movies I want.
Hey, if it's on video, then Blockbuster has it. Our stores have over 10,000 videos.
Wow!
I watch these videos very fast, and I will have it back tomorrow. I promise.
Relax, at Blockbuster you can keep your videos for up to 3 evenings, so take home playing and use our 24-hour quick drop.
Do you have any Fowler videos?
Sure, Blockbuster is America's family video store. We have more quality movies for the whole family than anyone else.
Blockbuster Video! Wow, what a difference!
And now, back to Scrabble with Rubicante.
All right. Thank you, Tokens. I'm here with our first winner, Silver. How are you feeling right now?
Oh, I'm nervous but excited. I'm nervous-sighted.
That was a really good main game for you. You kind of got control and then just never let it up.
I'm really proud. I don't know what happened, but I just the words the spirit of the words was with me. What does that mean? No. Let's say that again.
So you believed in the heart of the tiles, is what you're trying to say.
The tiles. That's what I was
the heart of the tiles. Yeah,
yes,
there we go.
The heart of the tiles. Okay.
All right. Well, now you're facing the heart of the Scrabble Sprint, where things get a little bit tougher. You're going to be solving 4 words and as fast as you can. Okay. You're going to be setting a time that the winner of the second main game is going to try and beat. All the letters you see up there are going to be good. There are no stoppers. When you think you know what the word is, hit that plunger in front of you. That's what's going to stop the clock. But be careful, because if you hit that plunger and you're wrong, or you don't give me an answer, you'll have a time penalty, and you may have to solve a penalty word at the end of the sprint. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. I wish you the best of luck. Your first word in the bonus sprint is 5 letters long, and the clue is laugh it up, fuzzball.
Laugh it up, fuzzball.
Laugh it up, fuzzball. Ready?
Ready.
And go. Laugh it up, fuzzball. Laugh it. Yes.
Hyena.
Yes. All right. right, laugh it up, Fuzzball. Hyenas, those laughing hyenas. Took you 8 seconds, not too bad. All right, your second word is going to have 7 letters in it. 7 letters, and your clue is it's easy on the ears.
It's easy on the ears.
It's easy on the ears. Ready?
Ready.
And go. It's easy on the ears. Yes.
Scritch?
Yes. It's easy on the ears.
These fucking clues suck. I don't.
I told you I knew I was writing this for a convention.
These are great for furries.
All right, your third word is going to have 8 letters, and your clue is they make a great bouncer.
They make a great bouncer.
They make a great bouncer.
Inflatable. I
Ready?
have no idea.
I'm ready.
And go. Yes.
Kangaroo.
Excellent solve. Excellent solve. Just needed 2 letters for that one. Just a couple seconds. They do make a great bouncer.
I had a hunch. Yes. I understand your puns now.
Well, the thing is, often they have hunches too. Have you ever seen one of them in that pose? All the kangaroos watching this in the event stream are mad at me now. All right, your last word is going to be the longest one. 9 letters. And your clue is he really, really loves skyscrapers.
Okay, he really, really loves skyscrapers.
No, I don't think you understand me. I said he really, really loves skyscrapers.
He really, really loves skyscrapers.
Okay, you got it. Ready?
I'm ready.
And go.
I have no idea.
He really, really loves skyscrapers. He really, really loves, yes.
Architect.
Yes. All right. That's 33 seconds. That is a excellent sprint time. There are 2 players ready and waiting for their chance to beat it. We'll meet them right after this. Don't go anywhere.
I don't have the
mentality.
What the fuck?
When we're not putting on game shows at conventions, we play them in VR. 2 nights a week, you can join us on VR Chat for VR Game Show Night, a growing library of classic games with a growing community of players. VR Game Show Night, 2 nights a week on VR Chat.
And now, round 2 of Scrabble with Rubicante.
Thanks, Tokens. Silver just set a fantastic time in our first sprint. We've got 2 players here who are eager and ready for their chance to beat it. Tokens, let's meet him.
He's an online grocer, and he's the Furality Club Director. From Pennsylvania, meet Chameleon, and from Texas, meet Valent.
So, Chameleon, welcome to the show. An online grocer. That's a bit of an interesting job. Tell us about it.
Yeah, what it basically means is that I work at a local grocery store chain in which what it does is that we have people that will place an online order to our store, and what we will do is that we will go around the store. We will pick out the items that they want on their order, and basically we stage it for them so that all they just have to do is come and pick it up. That's all. That's basically what it is.
Awesome. Well, I bet that's a huge help to some of the people around your community.
I think so too. Yes.
Yes. Valent, the club director for Furality, tell us a little bit about all the things you oversee.
Well, you know, I oversee the club. You should go check it out. It's going on right now, and it showcases the many talents of our DJs in our community. Not just them, the VJs, the LDs, the producer, and the creative team. Shout out to everybody involved. They do amazing work.
Yes, we're all thankful, but before we all go dancing, we've got a word game to play. We play it just like the first round, so let's find out what your first word is going to be. Your first word for our second round is 9 letters long. We are building off an E in the center of the word, and your clue is, it's great at topping. It's great at topping. Chameleon, you're in control. You won the toss backstage. Draw some tiles.
All right. Well, this is a furry convention. We've got to do at least once. Let's do a 6.
Yes!
Oh, here we go.
An R. 69.
And it's ERP? And it's fucking ERP, are you kidding me?
Perfect. I did not plan this. I randomized the letters with random.org. But Chameleon, do you RP, and which one of those do you want to drop first?
Do you ERP?
RP. Let's start with the R.
Right there by the E, it's great at topping.
And let's do the P.
All right, we got a purr there in the middle of the word. It's great at topping.
All right, let's go with number 8.
That'll give you an A.
A3.
And a P.
All right, let's do the P.
First letter, $5 for the center of Orlando. It's great at topping. Anything?
Pepperoni.
Is it pepperoni?
Nice.
Oh.
And audience, count along with me.
These puns are confusing me more than the fucking letters would have. If I didn't have the damn pun, I would probably get it faster.
$5 for the center Orlando. We're up to 20 now in the pot. Congratulations, Chameleon.
Thank you.
All right, so Chameleon, you're ahead 1-0, but Valent, you can tie it up right here because you are in control for our second word. Our second word is 7 letters long. We're building off of the E in pepperoni. And the clue is, they're all curled up. They're all curled up. Take some tiles.
I'm gonna do big reach and go for number 1.
Get you a U.
Okay, and a number 9, please.
All right, the outer tiles are going to give you an
Play the U, please.
Drop the U in. Bonus square, $10 for the center Orlando. They're all curled up.
Play the H, please.
All right, we're going to can't solve it. Drop the H. First letter, maybe that's some help. They're all curled up.
I'm gonna do a couple more tiles. Let's do 6, please.
It's an I.
And a 4, please.
And a T. Familiar for many furries?
Yeah, all right. Can we play the T, please?
Drop the T. Oh, first stopper controls back over to Chameleon. And play, they're all curled up.
Actually, I think I might have it. Is it Huggies?
Is it Huggies? No, it is not. Control back over to Valent on the incorrect guess. So Valent, draw a tile.
Can I grab?
Take a guess.
Yes.
Yep.
I'm gonna take 5, please.
All right. S is. What are you feeling?
Play the S, please.
All right. Drop in that S. Last letter. They're all curled up.
I'm gonna have to play the I, please.
All right. We'll drop in the I.
I knew that's where it's gonna go. I have no idea what the fuck it is though.
Wait, you already said Huggies, didn't you? Wow, I messed that up pretty good.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's unfortunate.
I said the same thing.
Control back over to Chameleon. You can either take another guess or you can draw some tiles. I promise you, it is not Huggies.
I have no idea what it is. So let's go with number 7. 7. And a 3.
And a Y.
Oh no. Drop the S.
They're all curled up.
Oh, Huskies.
Oh! Huskies!
God damn it!
Huskies!
That was a good one.
The puns make it so hard. I don't
promise
understand
you,
them.
it was not Huggies. I don't know how we got stuck on that. But
Sorry,
Huskies.
my brain's in a huggy mood.
But Huskies are all curled up. All right, so after that interesting round, Chameleon takes a 2-0 lead, but Valent, once again, you can get on the board here, and you need to stay in the game. You're in control for our third word. Our third word is 8 letters. We are building off of the I in Huskies. And your clue is hanging out with it's a blast. Hanging out with it's a blast. Draw some tiles,
10,
Valent.
please. Yes. 10, please.
I'll give you a G.
And I'll take a 7, please.
And a T.
Could we play the T, please?
Dropping in the T. $10 for the Center Orlando. Hanging out with it's a blast.
Is it biscuits?
Is it biscuits? I'm sure Biscuit Fister is very thankful for that shout out, but it is not biscuits. Chameleon, controls over to you. Draw a tile or have a guess.
Actually, I do know the word, but I'm going to see if I can be able to get the blue. If I can be able to get that blue tile. Let's pull a 4.
All right. An S. You must play a letter. You drew tiles.
I have to. S, please.
Let's see if you're right. You are. That's a stopper. Control back over to Valent. You can take a guess or draw some tiles. Sounds like you might know it.
I'm gonna get a 2, please.
An A.
Let's play the A, please.
All right. Hanging out with it's a blast. Counting letters.
I am. I'm gonna have to play the G.
All right, we're gonna have to play that G. Another stopper. Control back over to Chameleon. Chameleon, what do you want to do?
Yeah, I'm gonna because this is for charity. I'm gonna try and find that blue tile.
There's only
6,
one
please.
stopper left. Number 6. Give you an R.
And a 3.
Oh, he knew they were
3
both
gives
not
you
in there.
an E.
Drop the E.
Hanging out with it's a blast.
And I know that R is a stopper. Dynamite.
For the game, is it dynamite? Chameleon, come on over here with me. Boing. Boing. We're going to yeet you across the stage. You're going to come over here. Valent, it just wasn't your round on the letters, but we hope you had a good time. We thank you for all the dancing we do at Club Finn. Thank you for helping us earn money for the center. We'll see you around. And when we come back from this break, Chameleon is going to try and beat Silver's sprint time. Can he do it? We'll find out. Don't go away.
Treating the crew to Barth's Burgery. $33.
So, you enjoying the rat burgers?
What?
Wait, rat
what?
burgers. They're made of rats.
Oh, God. I don't see what's wrong with this.
So, any plans for the holidays?
No plans that I have, unfortunately.
What about you, amigos? Any plans for the holidays? Maybe some fireworks?
Deductible from that holiday accident. $500.
Okay then.
You ever get the feeling we're in a commercial?
I don't know.
Unscheduled trip to the cleaners. $15.
All right, well, let's get you to the laundromat and get some water on you.
Make that $20.
Oh, Star Wars.
Yes? I've been wondering, why do Barth's Burgers keep coming off the plates? That's a good question. Why? Well, I guess that's why they call them sliders.
Joking around with your friends in the locker room. Priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard.
And now, the second Scrabble Sprint round with Rubicante.
Thanks, Tokens. I'm here with Silver and Chameleon, who just completed our second 3-0 round of the game. How are you feeling right now, man?
Honestly, I am trying to keep myself calm, because I can see the time right there, but I'm going to see how well I can be able to do without freaking out here.
33 seconds is a good time that Silver set, but you are a good player. So, it is doable. Are you ready?
Yes.
All right. Same 4 words that Silver played. Remember, once you hit that plunger, give me an answer. If you're wrong or you don't give me an answer, you'll get a time penalty and you may have to play a penalty word. I wish you both the best of luck. Your first word in the sprint is 5 letters. Your clue is, laugh it up, fuzzball.
Laugh it up, fuzzball.
Laugh it up, fuzzball. Ready?
Ready.
And go. Laugh it up, fuzzball. Yes.
Hyena.
Hyena. Yes. All right. Just took 5 seconds on that one. You're ahead of par a little bit. So. All right, Chameleon. Your second word is going to be 7 letters. Your clue is, it's easy on the ears.
It's easy on the ears.
It's easy on the ears. Ready?
Ready.
And go. It's easy on the ears. It's easy on the ears.
Scritch?
Is it scritch? Yes.
Oh, wow.
That one puzzled Eagle a little bit. That one puzzled Silver a little bit too, so it's okay. Got 16 seconds left. 2 words. You're a good player. All right, your third word is 8 letters. 8 letters, and your clue is, they make a great bouncer.
They make a great bouncer.
They make a great bouncer. Ready?
Ready.
And go.
Kangaroo.
Is it kangaroo?
Jesus Christ.
Yes!
How the fuck?
Zero letters solved. Silver had it in one letter, I think. Was it two? It was one
I
letter.
think it was one.
I heard one.
The second
Yeah.
was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right. So,
Oh no!
great time save there. All right. It all comes down to this. Chameleon, your last word is 9 letters. I wish both of you the best of luck. Chameleon, your last clue is he really, really loves skyscrapers.
He really, really loves skyscraper.
No. He really, really loves skyscrapers.
I was like, where's my drink? Oh, there it is.
Really, really loves skyscraper.
Are you ready?
Yes.
And go! He really, really loves skyscrapers.
Architect.
The game! Yes! We thought 33 seconds was a great time. It turns out it wasn't good enough. Chameleon, you're our champion today. You're going to play the bonus sprint for the Center Orlando. Silver, you gave it a great shot. Man, what an excellent 2 sprints. What an excellent 2 sprints. We'll be right back with some bonus Scrabble, maybe. Right after this, you're not going to want to miss it.
And now a special bonus round with Rubicante.
Welcome back, everyone. We actually did not plan this, but because both of our first main games went so quickly, 3-0, we have some extra words that were unused, and we figured, this game's for charity. Why not play them and see if we can add to the charity pot? So we brought back Valiant and Timu, who didn't get too much of a chance to play the first time around, to play a couple extra words, earn some money for the charity, have a little bit more fun. Why not? So, Valiant and Timu, we'll take a look at your first bonus word. Your first word is 6 letters. We are building off the N that was in kinetic so long ago. And your clue is, it'll compound an injury. It'll compound an injury. Valiant, you're up. Draw some tiles.
Okay. I'm gonna reach over for. 8, please.
Gives you a U.
In a 1, please.
Gives you a UW. Or, no, a UA.
Can we play the A, please?
Dropping in the A.
Oh my god, he always gets those.
Behind you today. Timu, control over to you. Draw a tile or guess. It'll compound an injury.
Well, so I'm gonna draw a tile. Let's go. It's right in front of me. Tile 7.
An S.
All right.
Just needed the 1.
Oh no, it's fine. It's fine. Let's try the S.
Drop the S in. It'll compound an injury.
Well, since we're playing for charity, let's drop the U.
I have a feeling you know what it is from that. $5 for the charity. It'll add. It'll compound an injury.
It will. Actually, I wasn't sure. I just wanted to keep going.
Oh, okay.
And I'm still not sure.
You can
so
solve it. Oh, okay.
No, besides, we might get the pink one. That's even more. So let's draw some more tiles. I'm just going to keep it going down the line here because it's easier for me to reach. So I'll do 6.
An E.
And tile 5.
And a T. Phone home.
Yeah. Let's try the E.
Second stopper. Back over to Valiant. Yes, or draw a tile. It'll compound an injury.
I was hoping that one was gonna not
Oh,
be.
I know what it is.
That was gonna be a player. 4, please.
Number 4 is an O.
Play the T.
Let's play the O, please.
Oh. Play the T, play the T!
That means we're into speed word territory. Here's what we're going to do. Hands on your buzzers. We're going to start dropping letters
Do you know
into
what it
that
is?
word. Buzz when you know it.
Insult.
Yeah.
Your clue is, it'll compound an injury, and the speed word begins
Surprised I
now.
didn't really think of that.
Can't give you the last letter. It'll compound an injury. Yes.
Insult.
Is it insult? Yes.
There it is. Oh my goodness.
And even though you took 2 months after that pink letter showed up, we're gonna count it. Audience, with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, up to $30 in the pot for the charity.
Let's go.
Oh,
Oh my goodness.
I can tell why these two did not win.
Okay. Let's take a look at our last bonus word. It's going to be 6 letters. Yeah, we're going to use that. No. It's for charity. We're going to use that many bonus spaces. We are building
Especially with
the
these.
A that was in Dynamite when Chameleon solved it. And your clue is, you'll get the picture eventually. You'll get the picture eventually. Timu, you're in control.
I think that's directed towards us.
I didn't say it.
I'm gonna pull a few letters here. Let's go with tile 7.
That's a P.
And tile 6.
And a G.
Let's try the P.
Keep finding those
Oh
stoppers.
my goodness.
Control
just
back over to
attracted to me.
Valent. You'll get the picture eventually.
I'm gonna do the long reach and go for 8, please.
An S.
Let's play the S, please.
$10 for the charity. You'll get the picture eventually.
I'm gonna have to play the G.
All right, drop it in. $10 for the charity. You'll get the picture eventually.
I'm gonna need more tiles. 1, please. Oh my goodness. All right, and
That gives you a T. And a J.
Let's play the T, please.
No.
No, back over to Timu. A chance for you. You'll get the
I
picture
finally
eventually.
know the word. I'm gonna draw a tile. Draw tile 5, please.
If you know the word, I think I know what letter you're going to want to play, but tell us.
Drop that J, please.
Drop that, Jay. $10 for the charity.
Oh!
Jigsaw!
Is it Jigsaw?
Yay.
With me.
1,
2, 3, 4, 5,
6,
7, 8, 9, 10 more dollars for the charity. We're up to $40. All right, guys. We will be right back with our bonus sprint. We're going to kick up that music, and we're going to come back and see if Chameleon can add $100 to this charity pot right after this. Thank you guys for being good sports.
I'm so confused when somebody's like,
Thank you. Well done.
hints.
Have you ever slept in your fursuit to keep warm on a cold night? Have you had a dream that took the form of a VR chat session? We're posing those questions and many more in our polls for a furry edition of Card Sharks. To participate, just visit barkwilson.com/polls. We have surveys covering many facets of the furry subculture, and your answers help us put on the game in VR chat and at real-life conventions. That's barkwolfson.com/polls. Tell your friends so they can join in too.
And now, here's Rubicante with today's winner.
Thanks, Tokens. I'm here with Chameleon. How are you feeling right now, man?
A little bit nervous.
A little bit nervous. Well, this is a chance to win $100 for the Center Orlando. For those of you who might not have heard yet, the Center Orlando is the official charity for Furality Somna. They're a nonprofit serving Central Florida's LGBTQ plus community with counseling, legal aid, HIV testing, and so much more. They're really in need of help. And you can learn more about what you can do at furality.org/donate. Let's see if we can add $100 to that pile. How about that?
Yeah, no pressure.
All right.
Poor guy.
Chameleon, this is played just like the normal sprint. You've got 15 seconds to solve 2 words. But be careful, because if at any point you hit that plunger and you give me a wrong answer, or you don't give me an answer at all, the game is over. There are no second chances. You're a good player. I believe in you. Ready?
All right. Yes.
For $100 for the charity, your first word is 6 letters. And your clue is the number 1 recommended activity at cons.
The number 1 recommended activity at con.
At cons. The number 1 recommended activity at cons.
At cons. Okay.
Ready?
Ready.
And go. The number 1 recommended activity at cons.
Oh, shower.
Shower.
Shower. Yes. That clock said 8 seconds when you hit that, so we're gonna reset it to 8 seconds. All right. A little more. You got a little more than half your time left. How are you feeling about that?
Tater, did you just choke on grass with
how's
that
that
noise?
I don't know.
All right. I've got a good feeling. All right. Chameleon, your second word for $100 is 8 letters. 8 letters. I want you to listen very carefully to this clue, because I think you can get it off the clue, okay?
Okay.
It's a great big snooze fest.
It's a great big snooze fest.
It's a great big snooze fest. Ready?
Ready.
Is it Furality?
And go!
Furality.
It's a great big snooze
Furality!
fest.
Say it! Say it! We're here!
Furality.
Is it Furality? You got it! 1 second left on the clock when you hit it! Yes! $140 for the Center Orlando. Come on out here, everybody!
I was counting letters. I was like, wait.
Congratulations! All right, the camera's over there. I've been Rubicante. These have been my friends. Oh, thank you to Secret and Cirrus and Tokens and Shadow and Intimidator up in the control room. We hope you've had a great
He was in a
time.
music video, the little tower thing.
Furality Somna. We've been the Game Chauffeurs. Enjoy the rest of the con, everyone. Goodbye.
Our departing contestants will leave with the following. Need your kickstart for the day? Well, get your day started with Slap Juice. Contains 100% citrus juice that will give you the energy you need. Slap Juice.
Scrabble is a Red Stranding production.
Oh, I need to charge my headset.
Yeah, we got nothing to do in between now and 6, so.
Okay. Alright, I guess I will see you in a bit. Sort of.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna go to the lobby and do like a little BRB.
Alright.
Yo, the guy who makes those was literally sitting behind us. Oh my god. Okay, we're just gonna... Did y'all see him? Probably not. He was... Hold on, let me get the camera up here. I was in the middle of loading and I literally turned around and I saw him. The guy who fucking makes those was in our instance. Alerty. Okay, yeah. Did you hear me? Where are you? The guy who makes those game shows was in our instance, by the way.
Whoops.
The red panda guy was sitting behind us. He was like, I turned around when I was like, loading the thing, and he's just like, he jumped down and started saying like, "Thank you for joining us," and I was like, "Oh my god, he's here." But I was like half loading, so I was like, oh shit.
Oops. That happens.
More oops, I didn't get to say hi. God damn it. Alright, I'm just gonna like technically die on this little bed thing. But I will be back. I'm gonna go take a break. I'm gonna let my headset cool down. It's getting a little toasty because we have, let me check the schedule real quick. It's gonna look a little jank here. But we have, hold on, I'm gonna put my headset up. We have an hour break and then we have a meet and greet to go to. We have a 2-hour-long community showcase to watch. We have another meet and greet we can go to, or we can hit up the club, and then we have the hetero fur meetup at 10, which I'm super excited to go to. And then we can go to learning from the sweats or hit up the club. Depends if you want to learn how to, I guess, play FPS shooters better, but y'all, I was pretty good at Counter-Strike anyway, so kiss my ass. Anyway, sorry. And then we have a panel about the showcase team we're gonna go to, and then it's club jumping until 3 a.m. where I'm gonna go to a writers meetup. More club jumping. And then there's a content creators meetup at 9 a.m. or a wildlife enthusiast meetup at 9 a.m. and then yoga. And then just a whole bunch of more stuff tomorrow. Yeah. We got the fireworks tomorrow. We got a whole bunch of stuff happening tomorrow. Like the charity auction, we're gonna go to that. I like the very last thing in here is, are we dreaming? So we'll go to the club at the last thing until early AM, but I'm gonna go take a break. Turn my headset off, maybe restart my computer, see if that helps. Probably won't help, but definitely gonna go charge my headset. This will be, we'll be doing shit for a while. Alright. I will see you peeps in a little bit. Kisses. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Bye. Alright.